Chapter 92. The first time I met her, she beat me so hard that I couldn't get out of bed for more than 10 days. The second time, she broke my leg. The third time, she knocked out 2 of my front teeth. Even now, people still call me a toothless rabbit. Tell me, how can there be such a violent woman in this world? Is she still a woman? Can I not run away? If I don't run away, who knows what she will do to me this time? What if she blinds my eyes? What if she knocks my nose in? She has done that before. Which part of my face is the ugliest? My nose. My nose was so handsome and straight, but after 2 punches from her, it became like this. People who don't know me might think I was born like this. Fang Yan's history of growing up was the history of Yi Rou's brutal violence against him. Thinking of the grievances and wounds on his body, he had the urge to burst into tears. Why is my life so bitter? Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoge, who was sitting across from him. She was expressionless, and there was no sympathy in her eyes. Don't you think I'm pitiful? Fang Yan asked curiously. Shouldn't she be hugging him and crying bitterly when he said it so miserably? This woman is so heartless. Do you think I'll believe you? Lu Chaoge said with a sneer. Fang Yan opened his eyes wide. In all honesty, every word he said this time was the truth. How can you not believe me? 2 days ago, you seriously injured a swordsman from Japan and sent him to the hospital. What kind of woman can beat you? Lu Chaoge asked sarcastically. Bastard, does he think I'm an idiot? There is someone more powerful than me. Fang Yan wanted to explain. He regretted that he didn't ask someone to record the video when Yi Rou beat him. Otherwise, the evidence would be irrefutable. Fang Yan. Lu Chaoge interrupted Fang Yan. I want to hear the truth from you. If you really don't want to talk about it, you can tell me directly. I won't force you. I can't force you. But, you don't have to make up such a vulgar story to deal with it. Be honest. Fang Yan's eyes reddened. Wait until you want to talk about it. Lu Chaoge waved his hand disinterestedly and said, no matter where you come from or what your purpose is, as long as you do it for the good of the students and the school, I will still support you in your work as I have in the past. This time, Class 9's performance is very good, the school should reward you. What do you think? Can you give me a raise? Fang Yan put away his depressed mood and said to fight for the benefits that should belong to him. Impossible, Lu Chaoge said. You've just been promoted from an internship to an official teacher. This is already against the rules. It's impossible for me to get a raise in the near future. Lu Chaoge frowned and asked, are you short of money? Not really. It's just that I'm afraid of being poor and want to save some money to protect myself, Fang Yan said. He still had another thought that he didn't say. He was getting more and more famous in Rosefinch and among the students in Huacheng. What if Yi Gentle found his whereabouts and chased after him? He would have to run away again. Doesn't he need money to run away? If there's a critical moment and you need money urgently, you can ask me for help, Lu Chaoge said. This was a promise. After saying that, Lu Chaoge was inexplicably angry in her heart. Why can't I avoid the topic of money every time I'm with this guy? Shouldn't educated people be ashamed to talk about money? Thank you, Principal Lu. I knew we're on the same side. Fang Yan was overjoyed. What's the best way to test the friendship between friends these days? Borrow money. No matter how much it is, if someone is willing to lend money to you, it means they treat you as an important friend. According to previous practice, the school can allocate a portion of the funds for you to go on a trip. Lu Chaoge said. That's fine. Fang Yan nodded with a smile. Take the students on a sightseeing tour, feel the beauty of nature, and at the same time deepen the relationship between them. This is a good idea. The school is indeed more meticulous and long-term than I am. I'm always thinking about whether I can get a raise or not. The teacher leading the team needs to be the homeroom teacher, Lu Chaoge said. The smile on Fang Yan's face froze. What does this mean? They allocated funds for the students to go on a trip, but they kicked me, the hero, away. Chin Dahai picked up a big bargain. How can they play people like this? Lu Chaoge saw Fang Yan's reaction and laughed in her heart. Kid, I don't believe I can't teach you a lesson. She took out a piece of paper from the folder in front of her and handed it over. She said, from today onwards, you are the homeroom teacher of Class 9. I'll hand over Class 9 to you. Fang Yan grinned and said, I knew the school leaders wouldn't let us, the teachers who work wholeheartedly, feel wronged. Sure enough, isn't the reward coming? Fang Yan. Lu Chaoge looked at Fang Yan seriously and said, the homeroom teacher is different from the teacher. The teacher only needs to be responsible for the subject he teaches and ensure the student's academic performance. But the homeroom teacher is not the same. He not only needs to be responsible for the student's academic performance, but also the students' lives. Whether the students come to class, why they don't come to class, what is the reason for the students' declining performance, what is the reason for the students' improvement performance, if the students have conflicts in school, if the students have conflicts outside, they also need to find a way to solve it. The homeroom teacher is not the students' parents, but they are better than the students' parents. This position has a great responsibility. I understand. Fang Yan nodded and said. On the first day I came to Rosefinch, I told Principal Lu that I want to dedicate my youth, talent, and body. Where there is light, there is warmth. That was not a joke. Fang Yan, don't say such unrealistic things. Lu Chaoge interrupted Fang Yan's words. No one wants you to dedicate your youth and body. You just need to be serious and diligent, and that will be enough to become an excellent homeroom teacher. I helped you get the position of homeroom teacher of Class 9 to reward you for your excellent performance in receiving the Wuren inspection team. Also, I have something I want you to do. What is it? Pilot, Lu Chaoge said. Pilot of Chinese Studies. What do you mean? Fang Yan did not understand. Learn, Farewell to Cambridge Again, on Sparrow Bridge and Rainy Alley, in Rainy Alley. Enrich the students' knowledge of ancient literature in class and cultivate their interests and hobbies, such as the tea ceremony, calligraphy, and of course, martial arts. Actually, you are already doing it. But I hope to make it more systematic. If Class 9 is successful, I will consider promoting it to the whole school, Lu Chaoge said. She looked at Fang Yan and said, you are the most suitable candidate. Aren't you afraid that I will lead the students of Class 9 astray? Fang Yan said with a smile. You have to know that it is still the fractional theory. If I bring them to learn these things all day, what if their scores fall behind? Who says that those who know the tea ceremony and calligraphy can't get high scores? Such people are more open-minded and better at thinking. I believe that they will be able to get better scores. Lu Chaoge looked at Fang Yan and said, of course, this is your responsibility. I hope that the students of Class 9 can be good at the tea ceremony and calligraphy, and they can also get good scores. This is the real reason why I am wholeheartedly promoting Rosefinch's education reform. You ask me to do so much, but you don't give me a raise, Fang Yan, but I am still willing to do these things for you. Fang Yan said with a smile, what you think is also what I think. What you want to do is also what I want to do. I hope that they can write beautiful words and make beautiful poems. I hope that they can make delicious tea and practice sharp swords. The wisdom of the youth is the wisdom of the country, and the strength of the youth is the strength of the country. If every student is like me, who would dare to provoke us? I will accept this task, Fang Yan said heroically. I will definitely give you a reborn Class 9, a Class 9 that will make everyone look at it in a new light. Let's wait and see, Lu Chaoge said. Principal Lu is busy, so I won't bother you. As Fang Yan spoke, he picked up the can of tea on the desk and said, Principal Lu, you don't need to send me off. I can go out by myself. Lu Chaoge opened her mouth and wanted to shout, but in the end, she just shook her head and smiled bitterly. As soon as the office door was closed, the phone on the desk rang. Lu Chaoge glanced at the caller ID, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the answer button. "What's the matter?" Lu Chaoga asked coldly. "I am at the school gate." A man's hearty voice came from the phone, as if he didn't hear the indifference in Lu Chaoga's tone at all, and said, "Mom asked me to pick you up for dinner when I get off work." "I still have work to do," Lu Chaoga said. "I will wait for you at the gate," the man said. "It may take a long time." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chaoga was a little upset. She pulled out the jade guanyin from her chest and gently rubbed it with her hand. A cool feeling poured into her palm, and her mood gradually calmed down. Whenever she was unhappy, this jade guanyin could bring her comfort that ordinary people couldn't understand. This kind of life. When will it end? She sighed, and there was a heart-palpitating coldness in her eyes. Chapter 93. It was good to be at home, but it was hard to eat outside. Since moving out of Jiang Qin's house, Fang Yan had a hard time eating delicious food. The food in the school cafeteria was really not good, and the money in Fang Yan's pocket could hardly support him to go to the restaurant in front of the school every day to improve his life. What's more, he didn't have the guts to spend all the money at once. He had to save a certain amount of money so that he could run away again at any time. Therefore, even if he was a little afraid of his grandfather, Lu Gong, he still liked to go to his house to eat when he had nothing to do. Lu Gong had a small appetite, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks first. He looked at Fang Yan, who was eating happily, and said, "Come to the study after eating." Fang Yan raised his head in confusion, but his grandfather had already left his seat. His grandmother slammed the chopsticks on the table and said angrily, "You old man, why did you ask Fang Yan to go to your study again? I'm warning you, if you scold Fang Yan and drive him away, I won't let you off." Fang Yan quickly comforted his grandmother and said, "Grandma, don't be angry. Who said that Grandpa asked me to go to the study to scold me? Maybe he was praising me. How can I not know his character? If he praised you, he would have said it in front of me. Why would he need to pull you to the study?" His grandmother knew her husband's character very well, so she said angrily, "That's not for sure. Grandpa has been urging me to read books recently. Maybe he asked me to go to the study to check how well I'm reading. You're already a teacher. What's there to test? My grandson is well educated." In his grandmother's eyes, her child was the embodiment of perfection, without any flaws. The sea of books is boundless. Even Grandpa doesn't dare to say that he's learned enough. "What's the point of my knowledge?" Fang Yan said with a smile. He quickly finished the bowl of millet porridge in the bowl, and half a steamed bun on the plate. He said, "Grandma, I'll go upstairs to have a look." "Go. Be careful. If that old man scolds you, you can come downstairs to Grandma." Grandma said worriedly. "Grandma, don't worry. Grandfather won't make things difficult for me," Fang Yan said with a smile. When Fang Yan walked into the study, his grandfather was standing in front of the table writing. Every day, he would write for 2 hours, an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening. It was also because of his decades of hard work that his calligraphy reached the pinnacle and formed a style of its own. The outside world called it iron bone calligraphy. It meant that his handwriting was as solid as steel, and every stroke seemed to be carved with an awl. Her grandfather rarely wrote for others, so there were very few calligraphy treasures that had been circulated outside. However, in the black market, each word could be sold for a sky-high price of hundreds of thousands to millions of words. Grandpa was one of the few calligraphers in Huaxia who valued their works according to their calligraphy. Even some of the top international masters still valued their works according to the ruler. It couldn't be helped. Hu asked the former prime minister to personally ask him for his calligraphy and said, "If you get an iron bone calligraphy, it can be a family heirloom." Therefore, after Du Qing got his grandfather's calligraphy, he cherished it. He personally visited his grandfather to give him a brush fee, which was also to express his gratitude and the importance he attached to this matter. Yachu, on the white xian paper, these 2 big characters were written neatly. Grandpa's brush was very heavy. At first glance, it seemed that the ink had soaked the thin xian paper and burned two big holes. However, when you picked up the xian paper, you would find that the two characters were intact. The characters were still on the paper, and the paper was still intact. The brush was heavy, and the brush was light. Grandpa's grasp of strength tended to be perfect. Seeing his grandfather put down the brush, Fang Yan quickly handed him a clean towel and praised loudly, "Good calligraphy." The strength penetrated the back of the paper, making it hard for me to breathe. "You won't be able to breathe?" Lu Gong didn't respond to Fang Yan's words. Even when Fang Yan deliberately made a low-level mistake while praising, he pretended not to hear it. "You're very famous in Rosefinch." Fang Yan chuckled and said, "What did Grandpa hear?" "You used your family's martial arts to seriously injure someone and send him to the hospital." "What do you think I heard?" Lu Gong stared at Fang Yan sternly and said, "What did you promise me back then?" "I said that I wouldn't easily use force." "Grandpa, you don't know what happened that day." "If you knew, you would also beat that Japanese up," Fang Yan explained. Lu Gong stared at Fang Yan for a while, then nodded and said, "That's true." Ugh. Fang Yan felt that the old man was a little strange today. He was stubborn and stubborn. Once he made up his mind, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. When did he become so easy to talk to? "Grandpa, are you okay?" Fang Yan asked carefully. "What can happen to me?" Lu Gong said with a straight face. "You're not angry." "Why would I be angry?" "I hit someone. Chaoga has already explained the cause of the incident to me. Otherwise, do you think I would let it go easily?" Lu Gong said with a cold snort. "Chaoga?" "Headmaster Lu." Fang Yan looked at Lu Gong thoughtfully and said, "Are you familiar with her?" "Who do you think invited Chaoga back?" A rare smile appeared on Lu Gong's face. Obviously, this was something that made him very proud. "You invited Lu Chaoga back? Brat, you have no respect for your elders. You have to call me Headmaster Lu." Lu Gong scolded. Fang Yan thought that Lu Chaoga was only a few years older than him, so why couldn't he call her Lu Chaoga? "There was a reason for this incident, so I won't pursue it." "But have you thought about it? You're so famous now, and you've exposed your skills. Don't tell me the Yi family didn't notice. Your mother called several times to ask about it, and your grandmother covered it up. You running away from home is such a big thing. Don't tell me they really didn't investigate. Do you think they really don't know you're in Huacheng?" Fang Yan's heart was a little cold. He said, "I also thought about it. Knowing is one thing. But, I've already run away. They don't have to come and drag me back, do they? I'm so disappointed." "Why would they drag you back?" Lu Gong said. "Revenge breeds revenge, when will it end? What era is it now? Is it still fashionable to fight and kill?" "Fang Yan, I'm very happy that you came to Flower City to look for me." Since the path of martial arts was blocked, he would continue on the path of teaching and educating people. "As long as you can settle down, I believe that you will also achieve extraordinary results." "Grandpa, what have I become in my teacher's line of work?" "He's still a teacher." Coming out of his grandfather's villa, Fang Yan felt a little depressed. It was as if Yi Ro would suddenly jump out from the grass on the side of the road and say, "Fang Yan, guess who I am?" Then she would rush up and beat him up. Not only did Yi Ro make him nervous, but also the expectation of his family was a heavy pressure. He ran away from home. His father, who had high hopes for him, must be very disappointed. Grandpa, who was paralyzed in bed, must have suffered a huge blow, right? And that old drunkard. He must have gulped down a few mouthfuls of burning knife and cursed, "You're useless, right?" It wasn't that Fang Yan didn't work hard. On the contrary, he worked even harder than everyone else. The more he wanted to prove himself, the more he couldn't prove himself. Since he had comprehended the Tai Chi realm, the Fang family had regarded it as the hope of revitalizing the family. However, in the past 2 years, the more anxious he was, the more stagnated he became in the Tai Chi realm. In the end, the Tai Chi heart, which had been rotating slowly, stopped moving. It became a stillborn baby. Fang Yan was frightened. He knew that once he fought with Yi Rou, the secret of the Tai Chi realm would be exposed. That woman was not only skilled in martial arts, but also had a good eye. So he ran away. Just like a coward. However, he was the successor of Fang's Tai Chi realm. He could escape for a while, but could he escape for the rest of his life? Fang Yan thought of the sudden reaction of the Tai Chi heart again in his grandfather's study. At that time, his grandfather pointed out his heart and said that he lacked a kind of spirit. Everyone needed a spirit, and they also needed to have their own pursuits. What was his pursuit? He deliberately pursued to improve his martial arts, but he got the opposite result. Instead of making progress, he was retreating. The Tao was natural. If it was not natural, how could he feel the infinite Tao? At that moment, he felt as if he had been enlightened. Fang Yan knew that his escape this time was the right choice. Because he might have found another way to say goodbye. Although that way was full of thorns and weeds, and he did not know where to go, he knew that there must be a way. When I leave Rosefinch, it will be the day I reach the Tai Chi realm, Fang Yan said to himself. There was no wind or moon, and the air was dry and hot. Fang Yan was lost in his thoughts as he walked towards the courtyard he was staying in. His grandfather lived in the easternmost courtyard, and the one that belonged to Lu Chaoga, where Fang Yan lived, was the westernmost one. When he passed by the Yangong Causeway, he heard a low shout. Stop, all of you stop. Zhen Guodong, you hooligan, Zhen Guodong. These 3 words were like the key to activating the password. Fang Yan immediately retracted his thoughts. He glanced around and immediately ran toward the bank of Sparrow River. The scene in front of him caused his eyes to crack and his anger to boil. Under the reflection of the clear river, Fang Yan saw that Zhen Guodong and Li Yang were blocking a girl, one on the left and one on the right, not letting her leave. The girl had her arms crossed in front of her chest and was resisting with all her might. The girl cursed, but this did not dispel Zhen Guodong and Li Yang's enthusiasm. The two of them laughed and tangled with each other. They had no intention of letting go of this little sheep. Scum, Fang Yan cursed. He immediately took out his phone from his pocket. Chapter 94. If Fang Yan didn't talk to Zhu Jian in advance and saw this shameful scene, he might directly rush up and slap Zhen Guodong and Li Yang 300 times, and then drag them out to see the school leaders to give them a heavy punishment. They didn't want to be good students, but learned to be hooligans. Which hooligan had a good ending? However, he already knew the real reason why his predecessor, Zhu Jian, was expelled from the school. Naturally, he couldn't repeat the same mistake. Therefore, he had to guard against Zhen Guodong and Li Yang. Fang Yan turned on the video function of his mobile phone, but the crime scene was dark. There was no usable image on the mobile phone. It didn't matter if there was no image, as long as there was sound. With sound, at least Fang Yan could prove himself clearly. No matter how the subsequent plot developed, Fang Yan could be in an invincible position. Fang Yan felt that he was really 2F** king smart. Fang Yan. You bastard, you beast. Don't come over, don't come over. The girl suddenly raised her voice and shouted. Fang Yan's expression froze, and the mobile phone in his hand almost fell to the ground. What was going on? What made him vomit blood was that Zhen Guodong and Li Yang, who were trying to take off the girl's clothes like hooligans, turned into the embodiment of justice and the messenger of purity. Zhen Guodong blocked the girl with his body and shouted, Fang Yan, don't come over. I'm telling you, as long as I, Zhen Guodong, am here, you can't hurt Su Xia, Su Xia. Who is Su Xia? Fang Yan felt very wronged. He didn't know her at all. Li Yang became more arrogant. He didn't know when a wooden stick appeared in his hand. He waved the wooden stick in his hand in the air and shouted, Fang Yan, don't think that you can do evil just because you are good at martial arts. I'm telling you, unless I, Li Yang, die and you step over my dead body. Otherwise, don't think about hurting my girlfriend. Su Xia is Li Yang's girlfriend? Fang Yan understood. This was a trap that saw him as the prey. Their target was him. They wanted to ruin his reputation and expel him from the school. It's fine if you don't move, but if you do, you'll hurt others. Fang Yan slipped his phone into his pocket. There was no point in continuing to take photos. All that was left was his criminal record. No, a pending criminal record. There were victims, witnesses, and they would find a way to get physical evidence. Only 2 of the 3 fops were present. The other one, Chen Tao, must be lying in ambush not far away. Fang Yan was furious. He hated being wronged in such a humiliating way. He could imagine that if this matter were to blow up, there would be no place for him in Rosefinch Secondary. No matter what the truth was, it was difficult for him to stand on the podium with such a scandal on his back. Fang Yan smiled. He was amused by these fellows. Last time, they were really up to no good and were discovered by Zhu Jian, who was passing by. Then, they beat them at their own game. When Zhu Jian was busy protecting the girl from harm, they took a photo of the girl wearing Zhu Jian's jacket and the 2 of them hugging each other. Then, they kicked the girl and Zhu Jian out of the school together. This time, they were smarter. They designed a set of wolf trapping techniques specifically to deal with Fang Yan. Fang Yan, aren't you good at fighting? We won't clash with you directly, but we will think of a way to ruin your reputation. It was not hard to imagine that Fang Yan would be seen by someone with ulterior motives when he went to his grandfather's house for dinner tonight. They immediately discussed setting up a trap. When Fang Yan walked out of his grandfather's house, the show would officially begin. They knew that no teacher would be indifferent when faced with such a situation. Moreover, the culprits were Zheng Guodong and Li Yang. They also knew that there was no moon or stars tonight. The sky was pitch black, and it was hard to see one's fingers in the forest by the Rosefinch River. It was difficult to use mobile phones and other video equipment. Even if you recorded it, it would be all insulting and attacking Fang Yan. If Fang Yan used it as evidence, wouldn't he be sent to prison? What kind of crime was it for a teacher to molest a student? There was no need to ask. I've always thought that all of you have accomplished nothing. You're just a bunch of good-for-nothings who have nothing better to do, Fang Yan said with a smile. But at this moment, I have to apologize to you. You are much better than I thought. Who the F***ck are you talking about? Li Yang opened his mouth and wanted to curse. Fang Yan's words were too harsh. His little heart couldn't take it. Zheng Guodong grabbed his arm and shook his head at him, signaling him not to be impulsive and to proceed according to the script they had arranged. Look at this idea, look at this setup, look at this acting. You look like professional actors. No, even some professional actors are not as professional as you. You must have put in a lot of effort, right? Fang Yan, what are you talking about? So what if you are a teacher? Can a teacher molest a female student? Do you have any humanity? Do you have any shame? Zheng Guodong was very immersed in the role, pointing at Fang Yan and scolding. It's a pity that you are not bad guys. Fang Yan said. What makes me happy is that you chose the right way to say goodbye. Being 1099% bad guy. Very good, you have a clear sense of yourself. You didn't go the wrong way. You are the bad guy. 1010% bad guy. Fang Yan, go away. If you dare to touch my girlfriend, I will fight you. The girl hiding behind Zheng Guodong and Li Yang also scolded, Fang Yan, I can't believe that you are a teacher on the surface, but do such a thing behind my back. If Zheng Guodong and Li Yang didn't come in time, I would have been, by you. 55555. To be honest, Fang Yan was in a very tricky situation. Because, no matter what he said, others could say that he was quibbling. Zhu Jian was unlucky, but at least the victim was firmly on his side. The victim helped Zhu Jian, so even if Zhu Jian was expelled from school, he would only be cursed for having an affair with a female student. Fang Yan was unlucky that even the victim stood on the opposite side and accused him of trying to molest her. If the police believed that the evidence was conclusive, Fang Yan would be committing a crime. Therefore, the methods that Zheng Guodong and the others played on Fang Yan were much more dirty and vicious than the methods that they used on Zhu Jian. Who asked Fang Yan to bully them? Naturally, they hated Fang Yan more than they hated Zhu Jian. Fang Yan looked at the performance of the three people in front of him and asked, "Who is Su Xia?" Fang Yan, stop pretending. Su Xia is my girlfriend, the great beauty of our rosefinch. Don't you know? If you don't know, why did you follow her to this place? Do you think you can shirk your responsibility like this? We will definitely report to the school and make them expel a dirty teacher like you. You are the scum of the teachers. Why do these lines sound so familiar? Fang Yan thought about it seriously and finally understood. These words were originally said to Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and Chen Tao. He didn't expect that these three scumbags would successfully counterattack, and now they could openly return these words to Fang Yan without changing a single word. From this aspect, Fang Yan was indeed a very successful teacher. Do you think that I will be unlucky just because you found a woman to be your accomplice? Fang Yan said with a sneer. Did I touch her? Who saw me touch her? I was a few meters away from her. Don't you think your acting is too much? Do you think that by recording your voices of scolding me, it will prove the fact that I tried to molest that person? Don't you think it's too simple? Also, the sky is so dark. I'm afraid that Chen Tao's phone can't record this scene, right? Could it be that he has more advanced equipment? In order to put on this big show, to drive me out of the school, to send me to prison, are you willing to pay a lot of money? Okay, the show is over. Fang Yan waved his hand and walked towards Zheng Guodong and Li Yang step by step. I can talk to you, but I can't say that I can't kneel to you. Let's do something practical. Zheng Guodong shouted even more vigorously and shouted at the top of his voice, Fang Yan, don't you dare. Help, help, Fang Yan is molesting a female student. The girl's voice was even more shrill and miserable. She shouted with a sobbing tone, if you dare to come over. If you dare to come over, I will die in front of you. Fang Yan, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Li Yang waved the wooden stick in his hand vigorously and shouted loudly, if you come over, I will beat you to death. I will beat you to death. This is self-defense, the police will not arrest me. Crack. The wooden stick was in Fang Yan's hand. Fang Yan's right hand was holding one end of the stick. No matter how hard Li Yang tried, he could not pull the stick out of Fang Yan's hand. Let go, Li Yang shouted as he exerted force. Fang Yan didn't let go. He exerted a bit of force and lifted the wooden stick up. Because Li Yang's hands were holding the stick too tightly, his body was lifted into the air along with the stick by Fang Yan. Fang Yan retracted his right hand and pushed it forward. The stick carried Li Yang's body and flew towards the Bird River. Ah ah ah. Li Yang was like a magical youth flying in the air with a broom in his hand. Of course, this magical youth's magic was not very good. Plop. Li Yang's body fell into the river. Chapter 95. Some people said that insulting others was the behavior of a coward. However, Fang Huohua liked to scold others first, then beat them up. In this day and age, opening a business required a one-stop service. Words could make people unhappy in their hearts, and actions could make people unhappy in their bodies. Fang Yan wanted Zheng Guodong and Li Yang to feel uncomfortable. Splash! Li Yang's body fell into the Sparrow River, and the tranquil river was disturbed by his fall. Li Yang didn't know how to swim, so he fell into the river in a hurry and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. He slapped the surface of the water with all his might, causing water to splash everywhere. At the same time, he screamed in a mournful voice, "Help! Help, I don't know how to swim. Help!" Fang Yan didn't seem to hear him. He looked at Zheng Guodong and asked, "Do you know how to swim?" Seeing how Fang Yan pushed Li Yang into the Sparrow River a few meters away, Zheng Guodong began to feel afraid. Just now, he had been blocking Su Xia with his body in order to put on an act. Now, he began to consciously retreat behind Su Xia. Su Xia saw that Zheng Guodong was retreating, so she retreated as well. Thus, between the two of them, Zheng Guodong was in front, and then Su Xia was in front. Their positions were constantly changing. "Do you want to jump in yourself, or do you want me to help you?" Fang Yan asked with a smile. "Help!" Zheng Guodong wanted to scream again. In order to snipe Fang Yan, they had purposely found such a remote location. This was also the reason why no one came to them even though they were screaming. However, the teacher's living quarters were only so big. As long as they shouted even louder, someone would definitely come to them. When Li Yang fell into the water, someone might have already heard the sound. Zheng Guodong had just opened his mouth when he saw Fang Yan disappear in front of him. His brain was still trying to figure out where Fang Yan was when he realized that his body was no longer under his control. Su Xia also lost control of his body. Their feet left the ground as they were dragged by Fang Yan single-handedly towards the bank of the Sparrow River. Thump! Fang Yan exerted force with his hands and both of them fell into the Sparrow River at the same time. When Li Yang saw Zheng Guodong falling into the water, he shouted even louder, "Master! Zheng, save me! I'm drowning! I don't know how to swim." Zheng Guodong was filled with anger. He stood up from the river and scolded, "Idiot, stand up! Why don't you go and die?" The Sparrow River was not deep. With Li Yang's height, as long as he stood steadily, the river water would only reach his chest. It was impossible for him to drink water. But because he was too nervous, he kept plopping in the river and drank several mouthfuls of muddy water. When he heard Zheng Guodong's reminder, Li Yang stopped struggling and stood straight in the river. Fang Yan squatted on the bank of the Sparrow River and looked at Zheng Guodong, Su Xia, and Li Yang, who wanted to climb up but did not dare to approach Fang Yan. He chuckled and said, "I'll give you a brain teaser. Whoever answers it correctly can go ashore." Many people feel that they look better after washing their hair. Why? No one answered. Zheng Guodong was unwilling to answer, and Li Yang did not know how to answer. Su Xia thought for a moment and said, "That's because people feel refreshed and their hair is soft. That's why they feel that they look better." Fang Yan shook his head and said, "That's because their brains are filled with water. The three of you didn't answer it correctly, so you can only continue soaking in the river," Fang Yan said with a smile. Fang Yan. Zheng Guodong was both angry and humiliated. If he could beat Fang Yan. Nonsense. If he could beat Fang Yan, he would have beaten Fang Yan to death a long time ago. There was no need for him to think about it like this. He had used tricks and acted, and he had even been pushed into the river. "I know you hate me," Fang Yan said with a smile. "So what? You can't beat me anyway. My dad will definitely avenge us. He won't forgive you." Fang Yan looked at Li Yang, who was threatening him, and said, "Your dad can't beat me either. I can beat your whole family," Fang Yan continued. "Let your dad, mom, uncles, aunts, grandpa, and grandma come at me together. Of course, I'm a cultured man. I can do that, but I disdain to do it," Fang Yan said with a serious face. Cultured man. Zheng Guodong and Li Yang were so angry that they were about to cry. How could such a person be called a cultured man? Disdain to do it. Disdain to do it. Why are we all soaking in the river now? Fang Yan looked at their wronged eyes and said, "Let your brains be filled with water, so that I can reason with you. When you're normal, you usually don't listen to what I'm saying. Do you feel better now? Last time you set up Zhu Jian, it was also in this place, right?" Fang Yan asked. "No. Li Yang's first reaction was to deny it. Li Yang, shut up. Zheng Guodong turned around and shouted. Only then did Li Yang realize that he had said the wrong thing. He looked at Zheng Guodong in awe and shut up tactfully. Zheng Guodong looked at Fang Yan and said, "We don't know what you're talking about." "What? My predecessor. Zhu Jian was your language teacher at the beginning of school. Have you forgotten him so quickly?" "We haven't forgotten Zhu Jian. But that kind of person doesn't deserve to be our teacher." Zheng Guodong was extremely calm. He knew that this matter was very sensitive. If it was handled carelessly, Fang Yan might have something on him. Fang Yan was not Zhu Jian. He was more than 10 times more cunning than Zhu Jian. Zheng Guodong began to be vigilant. Why did Fang Yan suddenly mention Zhu Jian to them? Could it be that he knew the truth about Zhu Jian? Or did he want to reverse Zhu Jian's verdict? It seemed that Fang Yan was getting more and more dangerous. He had to tell his father about the current situation so that he could be mentally prepared. Is Zhu Jian really not worthy to be your teacher? I think it's you who don't deserve to be his students. What is the truth about that matter? Only God knows, Earth knows, you know, I know, Teacher Zhu knows, even your parents know. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Do you think you can hide it forever? We never thought of hiding it. Be honest. Be honest to the teacher. Be honest to the school. Be honest to your heart. Carry the sin. Every step is difficult and heavy. Let go of the burden and run to a new life with ease. Are you crazy? Zheng Guodong said coldly. Be honest. If he was honest, he would go to the labor camp. The rich life and all the enjoyment he had now would be far away from him. Besides, even if he was willing to be honest, his father would not be willing. Pa! Fang Yan stretched his body forward. His legs hooked onto an old vine on the shore. His body was perpendicular to the surface of the Sparrow River. He knocked on Zheng Guodong's head and scolded, "Aren't you touched by my advice at all?" Fang Yan used too much force, and Zheng Guodong's head was hit. His body tilted backward and he fell into the river once again. Zheng Guodong. Zheng, the sound of noisy footsteps came from behind, and someone was shouting Zheng Guodong's name. Fang Yan exerted a little force with his legs, and his body bounced 90 degrees. He stood upright on the shore. The sound of footsteps was getting closer. The strong light from the flashlight swept across the surface of the river and shone on the faces of Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and the others. Chen Tao, Chen Dahai, Baldi, and the other 2 security guards of the school quickly ran over. Chen Tao saw Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and the others standing in the river. He shouted anxiously, "Zheng, are you okay? How are you guys?" Chen Dahai shone the flashlight on Fang Yan's face and shouted, "Fang Yan, do you know what you are doing? You pushed the students into the river. Are you trying to kill them?" Baldi looked at Fang Yan in surprise, and then looked at Zheng Guodong and the others in the river. He did not know what was going on. Just as Fang Yan thought, Chen Tao was indeed the third person hiding in the dark. Not only was Chen Tao hiding in the dark, but his father, Chen Dahai, was also next to him. The reason why they were able to set up this big show was that Chen Dahai played a very important role in it. Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and Chen Tao hated Fang Yan, and Chen Dahai also hated Fang Yan. Ever since Fang Yan's arrival, his life had entered a period of darkness. 2 days ago, the school also cancelled his position as the teacher of Class 9. In addition to being a substitute teacher, he was also the full-time leader of the mathematics group for the first years. Although he didn't think much of the position of Class 9's homeroom teacher in the past, he still didn't feel good seeing Fang Yan forcibly take it away. This time, Zheng Guodong came to the door, and the 2 sides hit it off. So there was this trap that was specially prepared for Fang Yan tonight. Originally, the father and son wanted to use some sound evidence, but they did not expect Fang Yan to react so quickly. This made them useless as the third and fourth person. What was even more unexpected was that Fang Yan acted so quickly. In a few moves, he threw Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and Su Xia into the Bird River. They wanted to rescue them, but in half a second, Qin Dahai weighed the difference in strength between the two sides, and immediately chose to let Qin Tao rush back to get help. With the people from the security department in Baldi, they would have more witnesses. Moreover, even if they did not succeed in framing them, the presence of the security personnel could also protect their personal safety. Fang Yan's eyes narrowed under the flashlight, and he said coldly, "Teacher Chen, you are now using a weapon to attack my eyes. I am warning you, this kind of action may very well cause a war. I will beat you up." Qin Dahai trembled, and quickly moved the flashlight away. Chapter 96. Humans are very complicated animals. Most of the time, their language isn't to explain anything, but to cover up something. It wasn't until Qin Dahai arrived with his people that Fang Yan's hidden motive of talking so much nonsense was achieved. It has to be said that the trap that Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and the girl named Su Xia worked together to design was very lethal to Fang Yan. In such a situation, Fang Yan had the following ways to solve the problem. First, flee the scene immediately. This was the smartest, but also the most frustrating way to deal with it. If Fang Yan didn't want to fall into the trap, all their efforts would be in vain. However, being tricked by a few students and fleeing in panic, it would be a loss of face. How could the arrogant Fang Yan be convinced? Second, beat up Zheng Guodong and Li Yang, and then report to the school that they tried to molest the girl, Su Xia. If Su Xia was really molested by them, what were the chances of Fang Yan winning by doing this? The problem was that Su Xia was hired by them to frame Fang Yan. If Su Xia insisted that Fang Yan conspired against her, and Zheng Guodong and Li Yang were injured by Fang Yan in order to protect her, then Fang Yan wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Third, which was the trick that Fang Yan used now, muddy the waters. Fang Yan wanted to smear the reputation of Zheng Guodong and Li Yang under the witness of others. Last time, Zhu Jian had an ambiguous relationship with a girl, and Zheng Guodong and Li Yang happened to find out and take a key photo, causing Zhu Jian to be the target of public criticism and leave in embarrassment. This time, when Fang Yan tried to molest a female student and was discovered by Zheng Guodong and Li Yang, Rosefinch's students and teachers were all suspicious. Why was it always Class 9's language teacher who was intimate with the female students? Why did Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and Qin Tao always step forward to stop the language teacher every time he did something evil? Fang Yan's reputation in Rosefinch was like the sun in the sky. In order to help his students, he had injured Wu Ren's swordsman and sent him to the hospital. Now, he was given the titles of Most Handsome Male Teacher and Student Guardian by the students. The students liked and trusted him very much. What about Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and Qin Tao? They were the school's famous hedonistic trio. It might be an exaggeration to say that everyone hated them, but if you said that 9 out of 10 people hated them, then this sentence was definitely true. What if this matter was publicized? Who would the teachers and students believe? The answer was self-evident. This was the clash of forces. Fang Yan was powerful and upright. Therefore, Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and the others were no match for him. Another example was Fang Yan's grandfather, Lu Gong. If Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and the others slandered him, their parents and family would beat them up. Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and the others wanted to slander Fang Yan, but they had shot themselves in the foot. With this suspicion, Fang Yan's subsequent actions to save Zhu Jian would be much smoother. They suspected that this was the second time that Fang Yan had been slandered. Then, could there be more to Zhu Jian's case? Why don't you try hitting me? Where is the law? Qin Dahai shouted angrily. As he spoke, he quickly shifted the direction of the torchlight. Qin Dahai hated Fang Yan, but he was also afraid of Fang Yan. When the 9th class was in charge of receiving the Wu Ren inspection team, he was not present at the competition, even though he was the class teacher. Therefore, he did not get to see Fang Yan's little universe throw Chiba Haomu into the air and beat him up. However, there were many witnesses at the scene, and they described Fang Yan's kung fu as amazing. Chen Dahai had no choice but to believe it. Baldi and two of his colleagues from the security office pulled Jin Guodong, Li Yang, and Su Xia out of Sparrow River and asked, "What happened? Why did you fall into the river?" "It was Fang Yan." Zhen Guodong pointed at Fang Yan and cursed. "He was the one who threw us into the Sparrow River." "Yes, it was him. He even hit us." Li Yang echoed. Su Xia covered her face and sobbed. She said in a choked voice, "Fang Yan is a beast." "He's worse than a beast," Baldi was shocked. He looked at Su Xia and asked, "Student, what do you mean by that?" "Fang Yan molested my girlfriend," Li Yang said angrily. "If we didn't get there in time, my girlfriend would have." Baldi looked at Fang Yan and blurted out, "That's impossible, right?" Fang Yan chuckled and said, "I don't think it's possible either." Chen Dahai was infuriated by Baldi. He reprimanded, "Baldi, explain yourself. How do you know it's impossible? How do you know Fang Yan wouldn't do something like that? As the school's security officer, shouldn't you investigate when a student is in trouble? How can you make a judgment based on your own subjective knowledge?" Baldi smiled awkwardly and said, "Team leader Chen, don't be angry. We'll get to the bottom of this." Baldi looked at Su Xia and asked, "Student, you said that teacher Fang Yan. What? Do you have any evidence?" Su Xia looked at Chen Tao. Chen Tao stood behind Chen Dahai and shook his head at her. "No. Do you have any?" Baldi turned to look at Jin Guodong and Li Yang. "Do we even need evidence?" Zhen Guodong was infuriated by this little security guard. "We are the evidence. Li Yang and I saw it with our own eyes. Su Xia is the victim, so aren't her words the evidence? Why don't you say that you guys worked together to harm me?" Fang Yan said with a smile. "You guys chased teacher Zhu Jian away, and now you want to use the same method to chase me away. You're really ruthless." Baldi and the others looked at each other and remembered that this wasn't the first time Zhen Guodong and the others had done something like this. Didn't they use this method to chase away a language teacher a while ago? Baldi looked at Zhen Guodong and the others suspiciously and said, "This is a serious matter. Let's leave it to the school leaders to handle." Zhen Guodong looked at Chen Dahai with a questioning gaze. Chen Dahai shook his head and said, "It's already so late. It's better not to alert the school leaders. I suggest the security department do the first step of the investigation and report to the school leaders after the results are out." As long as this matter was under the control of the security department, Chen Dahai and the others would have the initiative. After all, the head of the security department, Zhao Dazhu, was one of them. Besides, Chen Dahai had already noticed that the situation wasn't good for them. Now they didn't have any evidence to convict Fang Yan. Zhen Guodong and Li Yang's reputation was too bad. Even Su Xia's reputation in the school wasn't good. Everyone said they were right, and everyone said they were right. The final result might be that no one could do anything to the other. The most important thing was that if this matter was spread out, perhaps Zhen Guodong and Li Yang would be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Chen Dahai was a little angry. "You guys. Why can't you pay more attention? Don't you know that it's very difficult for bad people to do bad things these days?" "Okay, then I'll call Chief Shao and report it," Baldi said. Such a big matter, he couldn't bear it as a small security guard. He had to let the head of the security department come forward to solve it. Fang Yan patted Baldi's shoulder and said, "Investigate it as soon as possible and give me justice." Sure. Baldi nodded. "Baldi!" Chen Dahai roared angrily. "We will definitely deal with it impartially." "Deal with it impartially." Baldi quickly changed his words. Things went as Fang Yan expected. Because Zhen Guodong, Li Yang, and the victim, Su Xia couldn't produce any evidence, this matter could only be left unsettled. Because of the school's security department's intervention, the rumor that Fang Yan attempted to molest Su Xia spread in Rosefinch Secondary. What? Mr. Fang Yan molested Su Xia? God, that's impossible, right? It's Su Xia's own imagination, right? Why didn't she take a look at herself? Su Xia's reputation is so bad, and she's not good looking. How could Mr. Fang Yan like her? Su Xia is not as good looking as me. Su Xia was originally a celebrity in the school. She was beautiful, wore heavy makeup, and walked the sexy route. She was the big sister of a group of female delinquents. She changed boyfriends faster than she changed her clothes. Later, when she got together with Li Yang, she temporarily stabilized. Because of Fang Yan's molestation, her reputation was suddenly pushed to the peak. Moreover, someone had given this incident a name, Fantasygate. It meant that this was completely a fantasy of Su Xia, a love-struck girl. It was to attract Fang Yan's attention. Zheng Guodong and Li Yang's reputation was too bad, and they were too vicious, so no one was willing to talk about them. On the contrary, the two of them weren't affected too much. This was a physical education class. Su Xia was surrounded by a group of her best friends as she walked towards the stadium. Su Xia. A clear voice called out. Su Xia turned around and saw an outrageously beautiful girl sitting on the steps of the basketball court. The girl was wearing a Rosefinch uniform, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. One of her ears was plugged with headphones, and the other was held in her hand so that she could talk to others. She didn't have any makeup on her face, and she didn't have any accessories on her body. However, it was this aura that was naturally revealed that made people feel as if they had forgotten about the mundane world at the sight of it. Qi Nitian. The famous Qi Nitian in the school. It was as if someone had cast a spell on her. Su Xia stopped in her tracks, and so did the rest of her friends. Everyone's breathing slowed down, and they stared unblinkingly at the girl in the uniform on the steps. Come here. Qi Nitian shouted. Su Xia glanced at her friends, and took the initiative to walk towards where Qi Nitian was sitting. She smiled and said, Senior Etienne, are you looking for me? Slap. Qi Nitian slapped Su Xia's face. Chapter 97. The slap was sudden and inexplicable. Su Xia was completely dumbfounded. She didn't understand how she had suffered such an undeserved disaster. All along, she had kept a considerable distance from the Rosefinch goddess, Qi Nitian. Qi Nitian was very famous, but she rarely appeared in public, let alone participated in any club activities at school. Su Xia's fame wasn't as good as Qi Nitian's, but she appeared more frequently in school, and most students knew her. Some of Su Xia's best friends thought that she should be the real Rosefinch goddess. Su Xia also thought so. A beautiful woman could always pick out some flaws from the faces of equally beautiful women. Was it because she had such thoughts that Qi Nitian asked her to slap her? However, she had never revealed it to others. How did she know? Su Xia's skin was white and tender. After being slapped by Qi Nitian, a purplish-red palm print immediately appeared on her cheek. Su Xia opened her mouth and wanted to ask why. I didn't provoke you. Why did you hit me? However, when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say anything. Su Xia's group of best friends saw that Su Xia was being slapped and ran forward to help her. At this time, Qi Nitian raised his head and glanced at them. When they met Qi Nitian's threatening gaze, they immediately stopped. Slap. Qi Nitian's slap landed on Su Xia's left cheek. Slap. This was the third slap. Get lost. Qi Nitian shouted. Su Xia stood still and stared at Qi Nitian. She looked like she wanted to pounce on Qi Nitian and fight to the death. After the 3 slaps, Qi Nitian treated Su Xia as if she was invisible. She put the headphones that she had just taken off into her ears and focused on enjoying the moving music and the autumn wind of the sports field. After a long time, Su Xia's eyes turned red, and big tears rolled down her cheeks. He turned around and ran back the way he came. When the group of female delinquents saw Su Xia running away, they looked at each other and hurriedly chased after Su Xia. From the beginning to the end, no one scolded Qinitian, and no one dared to step forward to defend him. They saw Qinitian, but they could only look at Qinitian in this way. They had a feeling that Qinitian was from a different world from them. Tangxing walked to Qinitian's side and sat down. He said with a smile, "How can you be like this? You should at least give me a reason to hit someone, right? If you slap her 3 times, she probably won't even know why she's being hit, right?" Qinitian glanced at Tangxing, but he didn't take the earphones off his ears and said, "She will figure it out." He didn't understand now. "You'll understand later." Qinitian didn't even have the mood to smile when he heard the rumors about Fang Yan and Su Xia. Framing. What a shameful framing. You don't even want to talk to her. You're really stingy. Her heart is too dirty, Qinitian said expressionlessly. Tangxing grinned and said, "Zhenguodong Liyang is really stupid. He thinks he can drive Fang Yan away with such a dirty trick. Does he think Fang Yan is Zhujian? 1 Fang Yan is worth 100 Zhujian." Qinitian turned his head and glanced at Tangxing with dissatisfaction. 8,000. Qinitian was still not satisfied. 10,000. Fang Yan is Fang Yan, Qinitian said. Okay. Fang Yan is Fang Yan. Tangxing's body was lying on the steps, and he imitated Qinitian to bask in the sun. "Qinitian, you look like a crazy fan defending the rights of her idol. Zhenguodong and Li Yang want to drive Fang Yan away. You won't go and slap them, will you? If you really want to do that, you must tell me in advance so I can go and watch." "Men should solve their own problems," Qinitian said. "I think he must be embarrassed to slap a woman, so I did it for him." Tangxing couldn't sit still. He looked at Qinitian's almost perfect side face with burning eyes. He looked at the pink and white skin that was slightly transparent under the sun and the fine pink fluff that could only be seen at such a close distance. His heart was beating fast, but he tried to keep his voice steady and said, "Qinitian, you don't really like Mr. Fang, do you?" Qinitian's beautiful eyes were full of smiles. She looked at Tangxing and said, "You deliberately pointed out his identity as a teacher. Do you want to add some resistance between us? I hope you can be sober. He is a teacher, and we are students. It is impossible for a teacher and a student." "How do you know it is impossible?" Qinitian asked. Tangxing really couldn't guarantee this. He knew Qinitian. He knew her character. When she decided on something, it was really difficult to change her mind. "You see, even you believe that we will be together in the future," Qinitian said with a smile. "I don't believe it," Tangxing said with a very firm voice. "I never believed that you two will be together. I only believe that we two will be together. Only the two of us are the most suitable. Qinitian, I like you. Can't you feel it at all?" "But I don't like you," Qinitian said indifferently. Fang Yan was in big trouble. When he returned to the office after teaching 2 Chinese classes to the students of Class 9, a folded white paper crane fell from the textbook. He held the paper crane and flew in the air twice before he realized that there was something wrong. Who put the paper crane in his textbook? Why did they put the paper crane in his textbook? He opened the paper crane with doubts and expectations. Sure enough, there was a love letter written to him. "Mr. Fang, I like you so much. Qinitian." This was the first name that came to Fang Yan's mind. She was the only one who dared to confess her love to him so openly. However, Fang Yan soon ruled out his doubts about Qinitian. Qinitian was such a proud girl. If she liked a man, she would express it to him face to face. How could she choose to express it in a love letter? Moreover, there was no signature at the end of this love letter. This was not Qinitian's style. Zhenguodong. The reason why Fang Yan guessed that it was Zheng Guodong's doing was that he was worried that Zheng Guodong would use other ways to frame him after his plan failed that night. As for the 3 problematic students in his class, Fang Yan never dared to take them lightly. They wanted to expel him from the school, and Fang Yan also wanted to find a way to help Zhu Jian clear the shame from them. Good people should be rewarded, and good teachers should be respected by others. However, if it was just a love letter, how could it frame him? Or was it really written by a girl in the class? If that was the case, Fang Yan would have a headache. Puppy love. Puppy love was a problem that middle school teachers had to face. What was more annoying was that this puppy love did not happen between students, but the students directly wrote a letter to the teacher to confess their love. Fang Yan had only had one failed love experience in his more than 20 years of life, so he was still very shy and unfamiliar with this magical thing called love. However, he knew that if he did not handle it carefully, he might hurt both himself and others. This matter could not be made public, so he could only find the writer quietly and solve the problem without hurting her self-esteem. Just when Fang Yan was in a daze, Teacher Kai in the office greeted Fang Yan while cleaning the table, and said, "Mr. Fang, it's time to get off work. Why don't you go back to eat?" Ever since the Wu Ren inspection team arrived, ever since Fang Yan became famous after the battle, and ever since he was promoted from an ordinary language teacher to the prestigious position of Class 9's homeroom teacher, he realized that his popularity in the office had improved tremendously. The teachers who did not like him before would take the initiative to say good morning to him when he went to work in the morning, and the teachers who were usually indifferent to him would also say hello to him when they came home from school. Even during the break, the teachers would generously give a small piece of potato chips or bread to Fang Yan. Fang Huohua finally felt the warmth of home in Zhuke Middle School. "I'm going back now," said Fang Yan. He put the paper crane in his pocket, then got up and walked out of the office. Just as he walked out of the office, he saw Baldy running towards him in a hurry. "Baldy, what are you busy with?" asked Fang Yan with a smile. In order for the students to learn Farewell to Cambridge again, in Sparrow River, Fang Yan had specially gone to borrow Baldy's black canoe, which the school used for salvage. Through that encounter, Fang Yan had conquered him with his idle handsome appearance and extraordinary poet temperament, and the two of them had maintained a very close friendship. When Baldy saw Fang Yan, he said, "I'm looking for you." "Mr. Fang, why is your phone out of battery? I can't get through to you. Someone is looking for you at the school gate." "Looking for me? Who?" asked Fang Yan. "You'll know when you get there," said Baldy. "A woman?" asked Fang Yan. "A man," said Baldy. "A man?" Fang Yan thought about it. "I don't have any male friends in Huacheng. Du Qing wouldn't come to school to look for me, and Jiang Zhulu. If he wanted to see me, he wouldn't have asked Baldy to come over and inform me. He might have been hit on the head with a stick." Fang Yan followed Baldy to the school gate and saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, waiting outside the security booth. Fang Yan turned and walked away. "I don't know them." Chapter 98. Seeing Fang Yan turn around and leave, the short fatso chased after him and shouted anxiously, "Junior Marshal Uncle, Junior Marshal Uncle. Don't run. I'm Fang Yingying. Look at me carefully. I'm Fang Yingying." Fang Yan was angry in his heart. "I ran because I saw clearly that you were Fang Yingying." The Fang family still came to the door, which made Fang Yan have the urge to immediately pack his bags and buy a ticket to run away. If the Fang family could come to the door, why couldn't the Yi family? This time it was hero and warrior. Who could guarantee that the next one wouldn't be violent and gentle? The tall man ran in front of Fang Yan in a few steps and said like a child, "Junior Marshal Uncle, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, let's go eat." "I don't have money." Baldy felt that his IQ was not enough. He looked at the 3 people entangled together and shouted, "Fang Yan, they really seem to know you. It's your nephew. It can't be wrong. Isn't this nonsense?" Fang Yan thought gloomily. He also knew that since hero and warrior had come to the door, it was impossible for him to escape. This was the school gate. It was not a good idea to make a ruckus here. Fang Yen stopped and looked at hero and warrior. He said, "Let's go eat." "Thank you, junior martial uncle," the short and fat Fang Yingying said happily. "All the heroes are starving." Fang Yen took hero and warrior to a Hunan restaurant at the school gate. In order to talk more conveniently, he asked the proprietress for a small private room. As soon as the three of them sat down, the waiter came in with the menu and asked with a smile, "What would you like to eat?" Fang Yen took the plate and said, "Fish with tofu, braised pork, scrambled eggs with chives," and, crack, a crisp sound was heard, and the room became deathly quiet. The waiter stared at Fang Haohan with his eyes wide open and said in disbelief, He bit the cup. "Junior martial uncle, the hero is eating the cup again." Fang Yingying complained. Fang Yen looked at Fang Haohan and said helplessly, "Hero, the dishes will be served soon. Can you bear with it for a while?" "Junior martial uncle, I am hungry," Fang Haohan said with an infinite grievance. Fang Yen waved his hand and said, "Only this one. You should fill your stomach first so that you can eat later." "Thank you, junior martial uncle," Fang Haohan said happily. Then, he put the glass in his mouth and began to chew. A hand-torn cabbage. "Girl, a hand-torn cabbage. Hurry up and write," Fang Yen urged. I. The little girl's hand holding the pen trembled. "Eating a glass cup as a dessert? What kind of people are they? They won't bite, right?" The little girl felt that she was in danger and was very scared. "Let me do it," Fang Yen said. He took the pen and the menu from the little girl's hand. After adding a few vegetables such as hand-torn cabbage and vermicelli, he handed the menu to the little girl and said, "Give us a big bowl of noodles. No rice or wine. Come up quickly." He pointed at Fang Haohan and said, "If you serve the dishes slowly, he may eat all the cups on the table." The little girl's body trembled violently. She looked at Fang Haohan, who was eating the glass happily and blissfully, as if she was looking at a monster. She opened the door and ran away in a panic. Fang Yen looked at Fang Haohan and said, "Hero, don't eat glass in public in the future. It's not good. Can we eat in your house?" Fang Haohan asked. "My house?" Fang Yen stared at the hero vigilantly and said, "When are you two going back?" Fang Yingying glanced at Fang Haohan sadly and said with a smile, "Junior martial uncle, we're not going back." "Where are we going to live?" "We'll live wherever you live," Fang Yingying said. Seeing Fang Yan's expression change, he quickly explained, "We don't have to sleep on the bed. We can sleep on the floor or in the yard. Just give us a place to stay." "Who told you to come out and find me?" Fang Yan asked. "Master," Fang Yingying said. "Old drunkard." The hero's master was Fang Yan's grandfather, Fang Hui's disciple and adopted son. Fang Hui only had one son, Fang Yixing, and Fang Yixing only had one son, Fang Yan. The Fang family had only one son. Fang Hui was a martial arts master. His Tai Chi was superb, and people called him Shadowless Hand. The reason why Fang Hui had such a nickname was because he rarely fought with others. Even if he did fight, it was hard to see him fight. He didn't use his hands to fight, because it was embarrassing. This was exactly the case for people like Fang Hui, who had reached the peak of martial arts. Due to Fang Yan's lack of ability, he was still doing this kind of shameful thing. Fang Hui loved martial arts, and he put all his hope on his son, Fang Yixing. He didn't expect that Fang Yixing only liked reading, painting, and learning, and had no interest in Tai Chi at all. Fang Hui fought and forced his son, but Fang Yixing rejected him from the bottom of his heart. Even if he learned some punches and kicks, it was just perfunctory, and Fang Hui didn't like it at all. Fang Hui was so disappointed with his son that he chose the most talented disciple among his disciples, Mo Qingdi, as his adopted son. He wanted him to replace Fang Yixing and inherit the Tai Chi legacy. After Fang Yan was born, Fang Hui placed all his hopes on him. He nurtured him wholeheartedly and taught him personally. He wanted him to become a useful person quickly. According to seniority, Mo Qingdi should be Fang Yan's uncle. However, Fang Yan's master was his grandfather, Fang Hui, so he and Mo Qingdi were brothers. This was also the reason why the hero called Fang Yan Jr. martial uncle. Family, there was a family, and there was a door, so the title was a bit confusing. Mo Qingdi was a rare martial arts genius, and he felt the Tai Chi state 6 years earlier than his master Fang Hui. Of course, his record was broken by Fang Yan. Fang Yan felt the Tai Chi state at the age of 22, and was called a weirdo by the Fang family. However, Mo Qingdi's life was unfortunate. After experiencing a huge blow in his life, he became addicted to alcohol, and was called an old drunkard. The hero were two disciples that Fang Yan's senior martial brother Mo Qingdi brought back from outside. They didn't have this name before, but when Fang Yan was chatting with them, he asked them what their dreams were. At that time, Fang Yingying, who was not called Fang Yingying, said that after learning martial arts, he would become a hero who would fight for justice. Fang Haohan, who was not called Fang Haohan, nodded while eating glass. So, Fang Yan gave the short and fat Fang Yingying the name Fang Yingying, and the tall and thin Fang Haohan could only be called Fang Haohan. Hearing Fang Yan call their master an old drunkard, Fang Yingying's face became gloomy, and the glass in Fang Haohan's mouth became tasteless. It was tasteless in the first place, okay? Fang Yingying looked at Fang Yan and said, "Master said he has nothing to teach us, so he asked us to come to you and follow you to explore the world. We will go wherever Master says you go. Let us protect you." Fang Haohan swallowed the glass and said aloud, "But I'm just a language teacher, where can I go? Do I need your protection?" Fang Yan said angrily. Seeing that Fang Yan was angry, the hero immediately lowered his head and said nothing. Fang Yan sighed softly and said, "How does your master know I'm in Huaqing?" "Everyone knows." Fang Haohan raised his head and said, "What did you say?" Fang Yan's face turned pale. Fang Yingying knew that Fang Haohan didn't know how to speak, so he quickly helped explain and said, "Master said you have nowhere else to go. Huaqing is the safest place. So he asked us to come to Huaqing to find you." "My parents know I'm in Huaqing?" Fang Yan asked. "They should know." Fang Yingying saw that Fang Yan's expression was unfriendly, so he quickly changed his words and said, "Or maybe they don't know." "Do they know or not?" Fang Yan slapped the table. "They know." "Who else knows?" "The Fang family knows, the Yi family knows, and everyone else who should know knows," Fang Yingying said honestly. Fang Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. "I'm so low-key, but I'm still so flirtatious in the eyes of others." "Does Yi Ro know?" Fang Yan asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. He ran away right before the competition. Yi Ro was probably the angriest one. If this woman knew, it would be no small matter. However, the Fang family knew, the Yi family knew, so how could Yi Ro not know? He was just hoping for a little luck. Just a little. Fang Yingying nodded and then shook his head. "What does that mean?" Fang Yan asked. "Does she know or not?" "When we left, Miss Yi was drinking with Master. Miss Yi asked us to bring you a message." The muscles on Fang Yan's face twitched. He felt that his heart was about to break. "What did she say?" Fang Yan asked bitterly. He felt that his life was too hard. "What kind of god did I offend?" "Miss Yi said that she would pretend not to know that you were in Huaqing." Fang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That means she won't pursue this matter anymore," Miss Yi also said. Fang Yan wanted to beat Fang Yingying to death. "Would it kill you to say everything at once?" Because of Fang Yingying's big turn, Fang Yan's heart was hung up high again. "You must wash your face every day." She is afraid that she will dirty her hands, Fang Yingying said. Fang Yan felt that his life was dark. He couldn't live like this. Chapter 99. If someone told Fang Yan to wash his face every day because he wanted to slap Fang Yan's face, Fang Yan would have already rushed up to fight with him. If this person was Yuan Rou, Fang Yan had also rushed up to fight with her. But he didn't win. For Teacher Hua, if one day he could beat Yuan Rou, he would definitely rush over and kiss her fiercely. He didn't hit her, he wanted to humiliate her. Sometimes, a mouth can hurt others more than a fist. Fang Yan had already made sufficient preparations, and was just short of beating Yuan Rou to the ground. Some people say that the fist is the hard truth. In Fang Yan's eyes, this sentence was simply the truth. Why did Yuan Rou dare to bully him like this? Wasn't it because her fists were harder than his? Otherwise, would she dare to bully him? He would have beaten her to the point that even her parents wouldn't recognize her. Hearing Fang Yingying's words, Fang Yan was both anxious and angry. He was anxious because that little girl Yuan Rou was still holding a grudge. Furthermore, she could come to Flower City and beat him up at any time. He was angry because she threatened him in front of so many people. Wasn't that not giving him face? Fang Yan slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "How dare the Yi family come to our Fang family's territory and behave atrociously, and even say that they want to injure our Fang family's disciple? My personal honor is nothing, but where is the reputation of our Fang family? Where is our dignity? This is too much. This is too much." Fang Yan looked at Fang Yingying and asked, "Your master was there?" "Yes." Fang Yingying nodded. "He didn't say anything?" "Yes." Fang Yingying took away the cup in front of Fang Haohan, worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself and swallow the new cup. "What did he say?" Fang Yan asked. "Master said." Fang Yingying looked at Fang Yan's expression and said carefully, "That's how it should be done." Fang Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That old drunkard. Was he still a member of the Fang family? Is he still my grandpa's disciple and my senior brother? How could he speak up for a woman at this time? Almost no one in the Fang family liked Yi Rou. This was because she had mercilessly beaten up Fang Yan time and time again until his skin was torn, his teeth were broken, and his legs were broken. She had really caused the Fang family to lose face. How could the Fang family like their nemesis? The reason why she said it was almost, rather than absolutely, was because there was another person in the Fang family who liked and admired her. That person was Fang Yan's eldest senior brother, the old drunkard. He didn't know which side of Yi Rou caught the old drunkard's eye, but he said that this girl was straightforward, generous, and had a bright future. Moreover, Yi Rou also had a hobby that matched the temper of an old drunkard. Yi Rou was fond of drinking, and it was not difficult for her to drink 2 or 3 kilograms of high liquor. Even the old drunkard could only surrender when he competed with her in drinking. Yi Rou and the old drunkard were bosom friends in the past, so the old drunkard treated Yi Rou much better than he treated his junior brother. Fang Yan pointed at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan and said, "Go back. You two go back quickly. Your master treated me like this, and he still has the face to send you to my side to eat. Get out of here. Junior martial uncle, master asked us to protect you." Fang Haohan said with a simple and honest face. Fang Yingying patted Fang Haohan's arm, motioning him not to speak casually. He looked at Fang Yan with an obsequious smile and said, "Haohan and I are of course on the side of junior martial uncle. That Yi Rou. Miss, she has nothing to do with us. Am I right? Ever since we were young, the person that Hero and I admired the most was junior martial uncle. Our ultimate dream is to follow little martial uncle to brave the world, do chivalrous deeds, and become true heroes." Fang Yingying originally wanted to call Yi Rou by her name, but thinking of this woman's usual arrogant and domineering style, he quickly added the respectful title of Miss. Fang Haohan nodded and said, "That's right." Fang Yan sighed softly, knowing that since these two burdens had come, it would not be so easy to drive them away. He looked at Fang Yingying and asked, "Do my parents know that you came here?" "Both master and madam know." "What did they say?" "They didn't say anything." "Then they pretended not to know." Fang Yan said. "My father. He wasn't angry, right?" Fang Yingying thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "I don't know. But on the day young master ran away, master smashed his study." Fang Yan wanted to hit someone. He wanted to give Fang Yingxiong, who looked like a bad guy, a good thrashing. How could you tease other people's feelings like this? The old man smashed his most precious study, which he usually didn't let people enter. Don't you know whether he was angry or not? Fang Yan felt that he was very weak and helpless now. Fang Yingying noticed Fang Yan's murderous eyes, shook his big head and said seriously, "I really don't know. How can we, as his disciples, guess what's on master's mind?" "Fang Yingying, if you make me angry again, get out of here." Fang Yan scolded. "Even if you don't make me angry, get out after this meal. I won't take you in. I can't protect myself now. I'm ready to run away at any time. Then we'll accompany Junior Marshal Uncle to run away." Fang Yingying said with loyalty. "Many people can take care of each other." "Yes, that's right." Fang Haohan nodded and said. The door of the private room was opened, and a waiter came in with a big porcelain bowl. It was fish with tofu with a lot of chili. Fang Yan rinsed the chopsticks with tea and said, "Eat, eat. You two get out of here after the meal." The actions of the two heroes did not look heroic at all. The two of them tore the chopsticks out of the disposable bag. Ignoring the fiery red chili on the chopsticks and the sizzling hot oil, they scooped up the fish and fed it to their mouths. It was so hot that they couldn't bear to spit it out even if they screamed. Fang Yan glanced at them with a noble and cold look and said, "I often eat this dish." After saying that, he felt very sour in his heart. If they were at home, there would be all kinds of delicacies. What kind of delicacies couldn't they eat? When the waiter closed the door and left, he was still looking at the faces of the three people in the room curiously, not knowing what he was looking for. When the second dish was served, the waiter became a tall and strong middle-aged uncle with an oily face. The middle-aged uncle put the plate of shredded cabbage on the table and said with a smile, "Three little brothers, I'm sorry to bother you." Fang Yan looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "What's the matter?" "Well, it's like this. I heard from our little sister here that there's a little brother who can eat raw glass. Is there anyone who can cook and eat glass?" Fang Yan asked. He was in a bad mood originally, and the waitress told everyone what happened in their private room, which made him even more unhappy. Therefore, his tone when talking to the middle-aged man was not very friendly. "Ha, little brother is really humorous. Really humorous." The middle-aged man was a little embarrassed. However, he seemed to have a very strong ability to resist attacks. He still didn't give up his goal. He looked at Fang Yan and said, "It's like this. When the little sister said that someone can eat glass, many guests outside heard it. A table of guests wanted to invite this little brother who can eat glass to go out and perform for everyone." Fang Yan's face became more gloomy. He pointed to the door and said, "Go out." The middle-aged man still wanted to persuade him and said, "Little brother, you can think about it. If it's true, they are willing to pay for your expenses today. Everyone is just looking for fun, right?" Fang Yan was amused by the middle-aged man and said, "Are you the owner of this restaurant?" "Yes. My surname is Su. Su Bin." The middle-aged man smiled and reached out his big hand to Fang Yan and said, "Thank you little brother for coming to my small restaurant." Fang Yan didn't shake hands with the fat boss. He pointed to the door and said, "It's enough to confirm that you are the boss. You can go out now. I won't come back to your restaurant in the future." I'm just helping someone to say something. Since you don't want to, then forget it. You guys eat and drink well." The middle-aged man looked unhappy, but he still turned and walked out of the box. Fang Haohan looked at Fang Yan and said, "I'll go and give them one. I'm not full anyway." "That's right. You can also earn money for a meal." Fang Yingying echoed. "Pa." Fang Yan slammed his palm on the table. "Do you want to stay?" Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan nodded quickly. They came all the way to find Fang Yan. Didn't they want to follow him to conquer the world? "Then listen to me," Fang Yan said. "Eat." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan nodded and began to eat again. Clang! The door of the box was kicked open from the outside. Because the quality of the door was not very good, it looked shaky and could fall at any time. They saw the owner of the restaurant, Su Bin, who had just walked out of the box, standing in front of several young people and kept explaining something. Those young people didn't take Su Bin seriously at all, and forcibly barged into the private room. The man with the brush cut looked at Fang Yan and the hero and said, "What's wrong? We're asking you to go out and cheer for everyone, but you don't want to give us face? If you don't give us face, we'll also make you lose face." Fang Yan tasted the fresh and tender fish in his mouth and said with a smile, "I'll give you face if you have face. If you don't, why should I give you face? If you want others to give you face, you have to say where your face is first, right?" Chapter 100. There was a martial arts school next to Rosefinch Secondary called Huachin Glory Martial Arts School. Most of the students in the martial arts school were boys. They were at the age where they were full of energy. Relying on their good skills, they often went outside the school to fight. Because the two schools were close, Glory Martial Arts School's students and Rosefinch Secondary students often had conflicts. Glory Martial Arts School's students would either snatch Rosefinch's students' girlfriends or force Rosefinch's students to give them a pack of cigarettes or borrow 200 yuan to spend. Rosefinch Secondary students were proud and arrogant. Naturally, they were not willing to be bullied like this. Students from the two schools secretly fought several times outside. Every time, Rosefinch suffered a crushing defeat. Rosefinch's crushing defeat encouraged the arrogance of Glory Martial Arts School's students. They often went to Rosefinch's students' territory to show off their strength and beat up whoever they didn't like. Sometimes, when they ate at the same restaurant as Rosefinch's students, they were especially cruel and merciless when ordering dishes. After eating and drinking in high spirits, they pointed at Rosefinch's students and said it was their treat before leaving. Rosefinch's students were angry but didn't dare to say anything. They could only obediently accept this disguised extortion. Rosefinch's principal also went to negotiate with the martial arts school because of the students' reaction. The result of the negotiation was that the martial arts school would record demerits to the offending student. However, why would the martial arts school's students care about this? After the punishment, they became even more aggressive in bullying Rosefinch's students. The buzz cut was called Wang Hui. He was a student of Glory Martial Arts School. He was also the student leader of Glory Martial Arts School. Martial arts schools were different from other cultural schools. As long as you could fight, the students would respect you. Wang Hui relied on his knowledge of Kai boxing to beat everyone in the school. Even some of the weaker instructors couldn't beat him, which further fostered his lawless personality. This Hunan restaurant was opened in front of Rosefinch Secondary's entrance. However, martial arts students nowadays love to go to Rosefinch's students' territory. When Wang Hui was playing finger-guessing and drinking with his friends, he heard the waiter who came out from inside hurriedly tell his boss that someone in the private room had eaten a glass. People who loved martial arts were most interested in this kind of anecdote. After Wang Hui found out about the situation, he asked the restaurant owner, Su Bin, to invite the master who could eat glass to come out and perform for everyone. If he performed well, their meal would be on Wang Hui's tab. Su Bin knew that Wang Hui was a student of Glory Martial Arts School and did not dare to offend him. Therefore, he used the opportunity of delivering food to invite Fang Yan, but he didn't expect Fang Yan's attitude to be so bad that he rejected him flatly. Su Bin was worried that the conflict between the two parties would bring disaster to the restaurant. After returning, he told Wang Hui that the guests in the private room were busy catching up with each other and could not come out to perform for the time being. Wang Hui was furious. He felt that he was being looked down upon and insulted. Thus, he led a group of students and barged into the private room while cursing. Su Bin tried to persuade them again and again, but he was still unable to quell the inexplicable anger of Wang Hui and the others, as well as the inexplicable feeling of being insulted. Wang Hui and the others were originally making trouble out of nothing. Now that Fang Yan asked them where their faces were, it gave them a reason to beat people up. Although they usually did not need a reason to beat people up, they always felt that it was not very exciting when they beat people up. During the nights of heavy rain, Wang Hui had stood in front of the window countless times, painfully thinking about why he felt so powerless. Later on, he finally understood. They didn't beat people up openly and righteously enough. Because of their guilty conscience, they could not get excited when they fought. If they had a more adequate reason to beat people up, if they had to beat people up no matter what, then wouldn't they be more into the character? Wang Hui understood. To Wang Hui, Fang Yan, who fought back verbally, was a pure and cute little angel. Just when they were about to sleep, someone took the initiative to give them a pillow. It really made them happy. Wang Hui stared at Fang Yan with a teasing look and said with a smile, "Bro, do you know who you are talking to? I can't even see your face, how would I know who you are?" Fang Yan said with a face full of sarcasm. "Just based on your buzz cut and your personality that likes to court death, I really can't associate you with any beast. Brother Hui, we have met someone who is not afraid of death. Hee hee, our glorious brothers have never been slapped in the face like this before, what? Which brother wants to go and spar with this pretty boy?" A big battle was about to break out. Su Bin was almost anxious. He stood between Wang Hui and Fang Yan and said with a pleading face, "Big brothers. Big brothers, you are all my brothers. It is not easy for me to open a shop to support my family. Can you let me go? Today's expenses will all be on me. Just treat it as me treating you to a meal. Is that okay? Calm down, I will get someone to send you a few bottles of beer." Su Bin knew that these martial arts school students were young, but they were fierce and ruthless when they fought, as if they did not care about their lives. If he let them fight in the private room, his small shop would suffer heavy losses. If he allowed them to hurt the customers, things would become even more troublesome. Wang Hui sneered and scolded, "Who needs a sip of beer from you? Su Bin, you better hide far away. Otherwise, our brothers have no eyes. If we hit you, just blame it on your bad luck. Brother Wang, scram." Wang Hui kicked Su Bin, this annoying fellow, away. Wang Hui looked at Fang Yan, who was sitting motionless in his seat, and his heart was filled with even more anger. This brat was really daring. He had already announced Glorious Martial Arts School's name, and he was still as steady as Mount Tai. Clearly, he did not put them in his eyes. Wang Hui turned to look at the brothers behind him and asked, "Who wants to go up and weigh in first?" "Me." A black fat boy stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Hui, leave the first round to me. I like to trample on this kind of soft and tender pretty boy." Fang Yan's face was delicate, and his skin was white and tender. He indeed looked like the type that the black fat boy liked to trample on. "Pa!" Fang Yan slapped the table and shouted angrily, "Who are you calling a pretty boy? If you have the guts, scold me again." "Pretty boy, so what if I'm scolding you?" The black fat boy said, unconvinced. "You can call me a pretty boy, but I have to correct you on something. Not only am I white, I'm also very talented." "I'm a talented pretty boy," Fang Yan said. Which man didn't like being called a pretty boy? The black fat boy opened his mouth, not knowing how to continue. He practiced martial arts all day, so his literary skills were not good. Encountering this kind of literary ruffian, he was quite powerless to deal with him. "Old Black, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just beat him to the ground," someone urged from behind. The black fat boy thought about it and agreed. He couldn't win against him in words, so just beat him up. That was what he was good at. So, he roared and sank his chi into his dantian. His body was like a small mountain crushing towards Fang Yan. The black fat boy was called Huang Dongsheng, nicknamed Barbarian Bull. His martial arts were profound and exquisite, and his strength could be ranked in the top 3 among this group of people. When fighting, he was a strong meat shield, and ordinary people really couldn't do anything to him. Barbarian Bull's momentum was fierce, and when he moved, he was like a crazy iron bull, rushing towards his target. At this moment, Fang Yingying moved. He just moved his mouth and spat out a fish bone in his mouth. Pooh! The slender fish bone was like a small silver needle, flying straight towards Barbarian Bull's face. It was just a fish bone, Barbarian Bull didn't take it seriously at all. He didn't dodge, and faced the fish bone head-on. Ah! Barbarian Bull screamed, and his body staggered towards the corner of the private room. Wang Hui and his companions were all stunned. It was just a fish bone. Was there a need for such a big reaction? This guy couldn't be so passive. Was he deliberately looking for an excuse to slip away? Barbarian Bull, aren't you a little too brat? A boy with a Hunan accent said aloud. The fight hasn't even started, and you're already playing dead? It hurts. Barbarian Bull raised his head, and a slender blood mark appeared on his face. The fish bone that Fang Yingying spat out had drilled into the flesh of his face, and pierced his teeth. Everyone was shocked, and looked at Fang Yingying with eyes full of surprise and fear. Wasn't this guy too powerful? Spitting out a fish bone could injure someone like this? Wang Hui was not only good at fighting, but also had a very good eye. He knew that he couldn't do this move. Spitting could hurt people, and if it was just the strength of the mouth, it would cause almost 0 damage to a martial artist like Barbarian Bull. However, even Barbarian Bull couldn't withstand it, which proved that this guy used Qigong. Experts who knew Qigong were rare in society. Even if they had a lot of people present, they wouldn't necessarily be able to gain any advantage. Wang Hui's eyes tightly stared at Fang Yingying, and he asked in a deep voice, "Brother, where did you come from?" Fang Yingying laughed, and said, "I don't have any background. I just saw that he was a fatso, and I was also a fatso, so the two of us were a pair. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Why don't you try another one for me?" Wang Hui looked at Fang Yingying, and then looked at the brothers behind him with fear, and said, "Mountains and rivers will meet again. Today, us brothers admit defeat. Next time we meet, we'll have a good fight with you guys." Brilliant Martial School's name was awe-inspiring, and the school motto was also very down-to-earth: if you can win, then fight. If you can't win, then run. He waved his hand, indicating the brothers behind him to help Barbarian Bull up, and everyone ran. "Wait!" Fang Yan shouted. Wang Hui's heart suddenly jumped, and he said, "Brother, what other advice do you have? First, don't call me brother. Second, I don't have any advice." Fang Yan's tone was very unkind as he said, "Don't talk to me about mountains and rivers will meet again. The mountain is so high, and the river is so long, it's really difficult to meet again. Since we met today, let me give you a good beating." Chapter 101. Since we've met today, let me give you a good beating. Hearing this, Wang Hui had the urge to kneel down on the spot. Look, how refreshing and satisfying these words are. Not only does it show that I'm very cultured, but it's also very novel to those who hear it. It had to be said that in this world, there were many things that required talent. For example, acting cool. Wang Hui and his friends usually used the following 2 ways of acting cool: first, the fiery type. Second, the iceberg type. The so-called fiery type was when they were shirtless or rolled up their sleeves, shouting at others with their faces red and necks flushed, "Try and touch me, believe it or not, I'll cut you up, believe it or not, I'll beat you up until your mother can't recognize you." Brothers, get your weapons. The iceberg type of acting cool was slightly more technical, and it had certain requirements for the individual's appearance. Not everyone could use it. First of all, you couldn't be too ugly, and your body couldn't be too fat. If you were a fat man with a wretched face, even if you pretended to be cold, ruthless, and cruel, as if you would kill a pig for fun when you had nothing to do, people might still laugh at you when they saw you. Your plate had to be bright, and your bar had to be straight. Tall and straight, incomparably noble and elegant standing there. Don't look directly at the opponent's eyes, it's best to look at the top of his head, and a devilish sneer appearing at the corner of your mouth. Yes, the key was the word, devilish. Don't laugh foolishly, and don't laugh randomly. You must show an arrogant attitude that you're a pile of dog shit, and I don't care about you at all. What? What kind of smile can be called devilish? Who should I ask if you ask me? Look at yourself in the mirror and find the feeling. Also, he mustn't laugh out loud. If you make a sound, your acting cool style will immediately drop by 25%. After the facial movements were adjusted, all that was left was the voice attack. With a calm expression and a cold and arrogant voice, he said, "Brothers, get your weapons and beat him up until his mother can't recognize you." Of course, whether it was the fiery type or the iceberg type, they were different routes to the same goal. In the end, they still had to beat the opponent up. Wang Hui was a fan of the iceberg type. He felt that a reputable person like him should choose this more technically difficult way of showing off in order to show the outside world that he had a strategic plan and that everything was under control. However, after listening to Fang Yan's beating lines, he felt a sense of inferiority. He felt that Fang Yan's way of showing off was neither the Raging Fire nor the Iceberg Mountain style, but a way that was more advanced than the Raging Fire and the Iceberg Mountain style. The cultured and elegant style. His eyes were gentle, his face was smiling, and he spoke nicely when he said that he wanted to beat you up. You would be too embarrassed to refuse after hearing these words, an expert, Wang Hui praised in his heart. Therefore, Wang Hui was even more unwilling to fight with Fang Yan. He looked at Fang Yan and said coldly, "What? You're not letting me leave. Is this restaurant owned by your family?" Fang Yan laughed and looked at Wang Hui. He felt that this guy was very interesting. When he came in, he looked like he was the number one in the world and he could bully whoever he wanted. He wanted his brothers to beat him up at the slightest disagreement. In the end, he kicked the iron plate that was Fang Yingying. After his brother was stabbed by a fishbone, he became fearful and wanted to turn around and leave. This made Fang Yan feel very aggrieved in his heart. Why could the bad guys hit people whenever they wanted and leave when they couldn't beat them? Those good guys who couldn't beat them could only be bullied by them. Those good guys that they couldn't beat, were they just going to watch them leave? It was unfair. Therefore, no matter what, Fang Yan had to make him stay and beat him up today. I don't own this restaurant, and it's not yours either. Fang Yan pointed to the private room door that was about to collapse and said, "My friend and I were sitting and eating. What's the matter with you coming over and kicking my door?" Wang Hui glanced at Su Bin, and Su Bin hurriedly said, "It's okay. It's okay. Anyway, the door has been broken for a long time. I was looking for someone to fix it. This is not a problem at all. Brothers, let's just forget about this matter, shall we? I will let the brothers who kicked the door pay for Boss Li's door," Wang Hui said. "This door, we will pay to fix it." "But you insulted us," Fang Yan said. "You came to kick the door when we were eating, and you even wanted to rush over and beat us up. Isn't this insulting us?" Wang Hui looked at the few dishes on Fang Yan's table and said to Su Bin, "Boss Su, put the meal these brothers ate today on my tab." Although Wang Hui was talking to Su Bin, the content of his words was already apologizing to Fang Yan. No, it's on me. It's all on me." Su Bin really wanted to keep the peace, but after seeing Wang Hui's murderous eyes, he quickly changed his words and said, "Okay, since Brother Hui wants to pay the bill, then put it on Brother Hui's tab." Fang Yan knocked on the table with his chopsticks and said, "I don't have the habit of letting a bastard I don't know pay for me." My 2 juniors came all the way to Huacheng to find me. This is the first meal I'm treating them to in Huacheng. This meal, I'll pay for it myself. Wang Hui's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Fang Yan and asked, "What? You don't want to let it go?" Wang Hui could be considered to have a high IQ. The brothers behind him who were more hot-tempered directly opened their mouths and started scolding. Where did this wild dog come from? How dare he behave atrociously in front of us brilliant men? Brother Hui, why are you treating him to a meal? We brothers can't afford to lose face like this. We don't have much else, but we have strength. Leave the money for your meal for us brothers to buy drinks. That's right. If we all attack together, they might not be our match. I'll go out and call more brothers in. It's not that I don't want to let it go, it's a different matter, Fang Yan said. You made a mistake to me, so I'll beat you up. Turning over a new leaf is something to do after you get beaten up. Wang Hui didn't say anything. His sharp eyes swept between Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohen's faces and bodies, weighing the approximate chances of his side winning if they were to fight. Fang Yingying seemed to be an expert. If he went up against him, with the help of his 2 brothers, it wouldn't be hard to take him down. However, the strength of this pretty boy and that skinny tall guy was unknown, so the outcome was unknown. Wang Hui was young and full of vigor. He was a prideful person to begin with, and with his brothers fanning the flames behind him, Fang Yan's aggressiveness also made him stifle a bellyful of anger. He quietly put on a gauntlet on his right hand. For these martial arts school students who treated fighting as their daily routine, these offensive equipment were always carried around. We are students of Glory Martial School. The school is diagonally opposite the restaurant. You might not understand the situation of us martial arts school students. Although we usually fight fiercely in school, if someone is bullied by outsiders, we will band together to help them get back at them. Wang Hui pointed at Barbarian Bull, whose face was still bleeding, and said, "You can injure one of our brothers, but can you injure all of our brothers? You can beat everyone in this private room, but can you beat everyone in Glory Martial School?" The more Wang Hui spoke, the more excited his body became, and his expression became impassioned. This matter, we'll just leave it at that. Next time we meet, I'll treat you guys to a drink. Otherwise, the 3 of you can forget about leaving this restaurant today. Are you done? Fang Yan asked. I'm done, Wang Hui said. Heroes and warriors, F***ck this guy. Fang Yan roared. Stinking hooligan, even at this time, you still dare to threaten people. I'm not someone who can't be subdued by force. The key is that you have to be strong enough. Fang Yingying was the first to jump up. This chubby fatso's movements were astonishingly fast, almost making it hard for the naked eye to follow. He clenched his hands into fists and punched Barbarian Bull, who was standing closest to him and hadn't had time to escape the battlefield, in the eye socket. Barbarian Bull grunted and fell backwards. The private room was very narrow. When Barbarian Bull fell backwards, he blocked the path of his 2 companions who were supporting him. Fang Yingying fought force with force. His body bounced up like a meatball, and he used all his strength to kick Barbarian Bull's chest. Thump! Barbarian Bull was tall and heavy. Under his great strength, the 2 companions behind him fell to the ground before him. Then, Barbarian Bull's body heavily pressed down. Ah! The sound of bones breaking came from the ground. When Fang Yingying made his move, Fang Haohen also made his move at the same time. He saw someone wearing a knuckle-duster pouncing towards him. He picked up the glass cup on the table and threw it out. The scalding hot tea splashed on the body of the knuckle-duster. Then, he stuffed the glass cup in his hand into his mouth and fiercely bit it. Kacha! A sharp chip appeared on the glass cup. The bit that was bitten off was chewed and swallowed into his stomach. The remaining half of the glass cup became a sharp weapon. Fang Haohen held the sharp weapon in his hand and fiercely rushed towards the knuckle-duster. Clang! The glass cup just happened to block the knuckle-duster's attack. Fang Haohen kicked out. At this time, the advantage of a kick was revealed. Before the knuckleduster could lift his leg, Fang Haohen's big foot had already stamped on his stomach. Bang! A muffled groan was heard. The knuckleduster's body was sent flying. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, rampaging around. Every punch landed on flesh. Every time they made a move, there would be a mournful scream. Moreover, their movements were abnormally nimble. Those students from Glory Martial School had no way of touching their bodies. When the two of them stopped, there was only one student from Glory Martial School left standing in the private room. Wang Hui's eyes widened as he looked at the hero. His right hand that was holding the knuckleduster trembled slightly. "Call me brother." Wang Hui shouted at his companion who was standing stupidly at the door. That brother was dumbstruck and lost his normal human reaction. Chapter 102. Wang Hui knew that Fang Yingying was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Wang Hui didn't expect Fang Haohen to be so strong. He didn't expect him to be stronger than Fang Yingying. Heroes were so strong, then, wasn't this guy who had been sitting there eating fish with tofu stronger? This time, Wang Hui really looked at Fang Yan and valued Fang Yan. There was no longer any hope in his heart. Fang Yan spat out a fishbone, looked at Wang Hui's head and said, "Are you convinced?" Wang Hui stared at Fang Yan with a strange look and said, "You guys. Which sect are you from?" "My family and Master Kai Quan." Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "Don't try to claim relationships. Even if there is a relationship, I will pretend that I don't know you." Fang Yan looked at the heroes and said, "This is the last one. Which one of you wants to fight?" Fang Yingying straightened his belly and said, "Junior martial uncle, let me do it. I'm fat, let me exercise and shake my fat." "Then you do it," Fang Yan said indifferently. There was no need to argue or hesitate over such a small matter. So, under the envious gaze of Fang Haohen, Fang Yingying stood in front of Wang Hui valiantly. Fang Yingying looked back at the table and said, "Let's hurry up. I'm in a hurry to eat." Wang Hui was hurt again. "This is a fight, okay? This is a duel, okay? Even if you want to hit me, you should respect me, okay?" Fang Yingying moved. His body rushed straight to Wang Hui, as if he wanted to knock him down with his more than 180 kilograms of fat. Wang Hui's eyes were fierce. He gathered his strength and hit Fang Yingying's head with the fishbone in his hand. Fang Yingying's head was big and fat, so he was the perfect target. Whoosh! When Fang Yingxiong was about to get close to Wang Hui, he suddenly landed on one foot and turned 180 degrees. Can you imagine the scene of a chubby man dancing Little Swan on one foot? Yes, that was what Fang Yingying did. With a quick but definitely not beautiful turn, he easily dodged Wang Hui's fist attack and jumped to Wang Hui's side. Wang Hui quickly turned around and struck Fang Yingying's chin with an uppercut. In his opinion, his reaction could already be described as lightning fast. However, he was still a step too late. Halfway through his turn, Fang Yingxiong ruthlessly punched him in the ribs on his left side. Absolute speed suppression. In the face of Fang Yingying's double speed, Wang Hui was completely useless. He only felt his ribs go numb in an instant, followed by a tearing pain. As Wang Hui's body fell to the left, big fatso Fang Yingying jumped up and kicked him in the waist. At this time, the difference in speed between the two was even more obvious. Wang Hui only did a simple uppercut, but Fang Yingying had already done several moves in a row. Clang! Wang Hui's fallen body smashed a three-legged stool. The stool went under the table and slammed into the wall. Humph! Only then did Wang Hui cry out in pain. His head hit the chair and the skin broke. Blood seeped out and quickly soaked his short hair red. Fang Yingying pulled Wang Hui's leg and dragged his body away from the table. Then, he sat back in his original position and shouted, "Fang Haohen, eat slowly. You've eaten all the fish. Everyone would have more or less the desire to destroy in their heart. Sometimes, they would inexplicably want to smash everything in front of them. Because of the arrival of the heroes, Fang Yan was in a bad mood today. However, after Wang Hui's torment, he felt that his good mood was gradually recovering. Thank Wang Hui, thank those strangers who are willing to bring you happiness. Fang Yan helped Fang Yingying pick up a piece of fish and said, eat slowly. If there's not enough food, we'll order more. Fang Yingying nodded repeatedly and said, thank you, junior martial uncle. Su Bin stood in the corner of the box, in a trance. Until now, he had not been able to fully wake up. When the two sides fought, Su Bin was anxious and afraid. He was anxious because if they smashed the cups, plates, tables, chairs, and so on, how much damage would it be? He was afraid that if they accidentally hit him, wouldn't that be too unlucky for him? However, the battle ended just like that. The scene of heroes fighting wildly in his imagination did not appear. The scene of demons dancing wildly in his imagination did not appear. The scene of you throwing plates and I holding chairs and you chasing each other, you calling me son and I calling you great-grandson also did not appear in his imagination. The side with fewer people rushed into the side with more people. After a series of punches and kicks, the side with more people all fell to the ground and died. It was like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, like a harvester driving into a corn field. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It's not good at all. Su Bin thought in his heart. Su Bin looked at the students who were lying on the ground and howling. After hesitating for a while, he still braced himself and walked in front of Fang Yan. He said, sorry to disturb you. Big brother, these people have also been beaten up. Should we send them to the hospital? It would not be good if their vital organs were hurt. Fang Yan raised his head and glanced at Su Bin. He said, it makes sense. Give me another bowl of fish with tofu. Ah. Fish with tofu. Yes. Give me another bowl of fish with tofu, Fang Yan said with certainty. Su Bin nodded and said, I'll add it now. I'll add it now. He carefully passed through the many bodies on the floor of the private room, trying his best not to step on these martial arts school students. Don't look at them lying on the ground now. Usually, they were the ones who made others lie on the ground. Su Bin came in again. He looked at Fang Yan with an apologetic smile and said, Big brother, the fish with tofu has been added. What do you think of these students? They are hostages, Fang Yan said. What did you say? Su Bin jumped in fright. Not only did these three guys beat people, but they also wanted to kidnap them. But how could there be a reason to kidnap a group of people? Even if they were kidnapped, there was no way to take them away, right? You heard it just now. They went to get reinforcements, Fang Yan said. That's right. Su Bin was anxious. Brother, I say you guys should hurry up and leave. The students of glory are very fierce. If they surround you. Go where? Fang Yan said with a smile. I work here at Rosefinch Secondary. Where can I go? You are a student of Rosefinch. You don't look like a teacher. Su Bin asked doubtfully. There was one more sentence that he didn't dare to say. Fang Yan didn't look like a teacher either. He looked too young. I'm a teacher. A language teacher, Fang Yan said with a smile. I'm Fang Yan. I'm very famous in the school. You'll know once you ask around. Oh. I'll ask around later, Su Bin said fawningly. But I don't like you, Fang Yan said. You just invited my friend out to perform. Fang Yan pointed at Fang Haohan and said, he can indeed eat glass. But do you think his kung fu is used for performance? No. Su Bin shook his head quickly. Fang Yan glanced at Wang Hui, who was lying on the ground, and said, didn't you want to see a performance? Are you satisfied with this performance? Wang Hui's eyes were fierce, but he didn't dare to fight back on the spot. He knew that he was screwed today. His kung fu wasn't on the same level as these three people. This is martial arts. Fang Yan suddenly raised his voice. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, who were burying their heads in food, were shocked. The students of Glory who were lying on the ground moaning or pretending to moan also trembled. Is martial arts for you to drink and liven things up? Everyone was silent. Fang Yan pushed his chair away and stood up. He walked in front of Wang Hui, looked at him and said, bullying businessmen, extorting students, doing these dirty things all day. Is this the ultimate purpose of your kung fu? Do you have the pride and dignity of a martial artist? Do you have the martial art moral training and a little bit of shame? When your body is strong, your brain is atrophied. Don't you need face? Do you believe that I won't cripple your kung fu? Wang Hui and the others looked at Fang Yan in shock. This guy could cripple people's kung fu. Just like the peerless masters in TV and movies. Even Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at Fang Yan with curiosity, as if they had discovered a new continent. Fang Yan smiled awkwardly and said, I accidentally said it. I often see this sentence on TV and wanted to try it. If I break your hands and feet, do you think you'll still have kung fu? Everyone was shocked. So what he meant by crippling people's kung fu was breaking people's hands and feet. It was too cruel and not advanced. There's always someone stronger than you, and there's always someone stronger than you. You think you're very good at fighting, but what if you meet people like us who are even better at fighting? You beat people down, and we beat you down. Don't you feel humiliated? Don't you feel uncomfortable? I don't care if you feel humiliated or not. Anyway, I can't feel it, Fang Yan said. I've never been defeated by anyone before. Pfft, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan spat out the fish in their mouths at the same time. Seeing Fang Yan's murderous gaze directed at him, Fang Yingying hurriedly shouted, water. Give me water. It's so spicy. This fish is too spicy. Fang Haohan didn't like to talk, but his brain's reaction speed wasn't slow. He picked up the teacup in front of him and gulped it down. I ate a chili, Fang Haohan said after finishing the water in the teacup in one gulp. At this moment, a commotion came from outside the private room. Oh my God, so many students from Glory Martial School, they're running over here. Glory Martial School is going to beat people up. There's going to be a good show to watch. Subin ran over to open the window of the private room and saw a dense crowd of Glory Martial School students surrounding his little restaurant. Something big is going to happen. Subin was anxious. Chapter 103. Something big was about to happen. Just as Wang Hui had said, the students of the martial arts school were very united. It was the peak time for meals, and most of the students gathered at the school cafeteria or the restaurant at the entrance. Hearing that a classmate from their school had been beaten up in a restaurant, countless Glory Martial Arts School students swarmed over from all directions. Chu Xiangqing. This little restaurant, which was originally unknown, had suddenly become the focus of tonight's Tianfu Road. Who hadn't put brotherhood first? Who hadn't been hot-blooded in their youth? More and more Glory Martial Arts School students gathered at the entrance of Chu Xiangqing's restaurant, attracting even more onlookers. Glory Martial Arts School's disciplinary team and Rosefinch Secondary Security Team were all alarmed. Rosefinch Secondary Security Team tried their best to expel the students from their school, not letting them get involved in this unprovoked war. When Glory Martial Arts School's disciplinary team heard that a student from their school had been beaten up by an unknown person, they immediately cursed and became a member of the revenge group, threatening to boil the person alive and burn his bones to ashes. Coach, it's that one. Wang Hui and the others are still being detained. The four-eyed guy who ran out to report the news pointed to the window upstairs near the street and said to Coach Zhang Chen beside him. Zhang Chen had been a three-time MMA champion in Huacheng. After retiring, he came to help out at the martial arts school founded by his friend. Because of his strength and loyalty, he had a lot of prestige in Glory Martial Arts School. Sometimes, even the principal and vice principals of Glory Martial Arts School couldn't solve a problem. As long as they pushed him out, they would get a satisfactory answer. Zhang Qin had a bad habit, and that was drinking. Every time he drank, he would get drunk. Because of drinking, he would miss a lot of things. Therefore, Zhang Qin, who had worked at Glory Martial Arts School for nearly 10 years, was still a MMA coach. Of course, he had been a trainee, then a senior, and now an ace. It could be considered a small upgrade. It was also because of Zhang Chen's appearance that Glory Martial Arts School was able to gather so many people in such a short time. Zhang Chen hiccuped, squinted his eyes, and looked at the window upstairs, asking, "How many people?" "3," the four-eyed guy replied. "Very troublesome." "Quite powerful." Four-eyed guy felt that it was necessary for him to speak more clearly. Otherwise, it would be his responsibility if someone on their side suffered a loss. Only 2 people took action, and Wang Hui and the others were all taken down. Zhang Chen became spirited and said with a smile, "Interesting. I didn't expect that there would be a few powerful dragons in our little pond. Shout, tell them to come down. Let's spar with him." Hence, the students of Glory Martial School started to shout down from downstairs. "The one who hit me upstairs, come down quickly, come down and fight 300 rounds with me. Don't be a coward, if we don't go down now, we're going to charge up and attack even more heavily. I told you to go down. What should we do now? I'm afraid they won't give up." Hearing the shouts from downstairs, Su Bin's face was full of fear, and he anxiously paced around in the private room. Wang Hui, who was lying on the ground, and his companions beside him looked at each other. Everyone's eyes were filled with ridicule and joy at the prospect of revenge. "They're going to be out of luck." They communicated with their eyes. "They're going too far," Fang Yan said as he stood by the window and looked at the foul-mouthed martial arts school students. "They're going too far," Fang Yingying said in agreement. "When has our Fang family been bullied so pathetically before? When has our Fang family, the descendant of Taiji, ever been pointed at and scolded like this? We want glory, we want to fight, we definitely can't be cowards." "Yes, that's right." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan nodded repeatedly. "We can't just let this matter go like this," Fang Yan said. "We definitely can't." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked agitated. Fang Yan glanced down the window again, his eyes fierce, and said coldly, "Call the police." "Okay." Fang Yingying agreed and nimbly took out his phone from his pocket. The two of them cooperated very well, and there was no pause in between. Su Bin originally wanted to persuade Fang Yan to turn a big problem into a small one. He wanted him to go out and apologize, say some soft words, pay for the medical fees of the students, and set up a few tables of food and wine, so that he wouldn't have to suffer. When he heard Fang Yan say something about the Fang family and the descendant of Taiji, he cursed in his heart. It seemed that a fierce battle was inevitable today, and things were developing towards an uncontrollable situation. But why did he call the police? Wasn't that what he was trying to say to persuade them? Say it yourself, and make me, the mediator, look stupid and incompetent, okay? Su Bin wanted to confirm if he had heard wrong, but Fang Yingying had already taken out his phone and started to call the police. Comrade police, come and save us. My friends and I are eating in a restaurant, and we're surrounded by hooligans. How many people? There are hundreds of them. They've surrounded the entire restaurant. It's opposite Rosefinch Secondary, and it's not good for something like this to happen at the school's entrance. Yes, they're shouting that they're going to charge in, and we're trying our best to block the door and not let them in. Ah. Fang Yingying finally left a lingering, ah, that would leave people with infinite imagination, and hung up the phone decisively. Bang! The door of the private room was kicked open again. A group of fully armed policemen barged into the private room and shouted loudly, squat down, all of you, squat down with your hands on your head." Fang Yan immediately squatted down with his hands raised high. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan followed suit and squatted down beside Fang Yan. Before Su Bin could react, he was pressed to the ground by a policeman, and half of his face was on the ground. What happened? What's wrong with these people? A middle-aged policeman pointed at Wang Hui and the others lying on the ground and asked. Police comrade, you've arrested the wrong person, the wrong person. Fang Yingying said with a smile. We're the victims. We're all victims. You're the victim. The middle-aged policeman's eyes were full of hostility as he looked at the little fatso. You're the victim, what are they? They're the perpetrators, Fang Yingying said as a matter of fact. They rushed into the private room and wanted to beat people, but we intercepted them. Beat who? Me, Fang Yingying said. He pointed at Fang Yan and Fang Haohan and said, they wanted to beat them. The middle-aged policeman sneered and said, not only did you successfully intercept them, but you also beat them up, right? Yes, that's it, Fang Yingying nodded and said. He thought that the quality of the police nowadays was still very high. Although they had just arrived at the scene, they had already seen the ins and outs of the matter. Pa! The middle-aged policeman slapped the table and shouted angrily, do you think this is a game? They had so many people to beat you, but in the end, they were beaten to this state. That's the truth, Fang Yan said. They came over and wanted to beat people, but we successfully defended them. After they lost, their classmates surrounded the restaurant. They were all students from Glory Martial School. Fang Yan had a general understanding of Glory Martial School, but he knew that to be able to rush over so quickly after they called the police, it was obvious that the police station wasn't far from here. They should have a clearer understanding of Glory Martial School. Hearing Fang Yan's words, the middle-aged policeman's face calmed down a little. I can't just listen to what you say. We will investigate this matter clearly. We still have evidence, Fang Yan said. He pointed at Fang Yingying and said, it was my friend who called the police. You can check the number of the police at the manual desk. The middle-aged policeman nodded to a young policeman beside him, and that policeman immediately made a phone call to inquire. Very quickly, the number of the police was reported back by the manual desk. As soon as they made another call, the phone in Fang Yingying's pocket rang. I have other evidence, Fang Yan said. He took out his phone from his pocket and played the video. He pointed at the scene of Glory Martial School's students standing downstairs and shouting crazily, and said, look, look. Are these students proper? How can they treat a teacher like this? Even if I'm not a teacher, they can't scold me like this, right? If I had impulsively run down, wouldn't someone have died tonight? From the standpoint of a teacher, we naturally want to protect our students from any harm. However, we can't just leave them be. Otherwise, these students. Wouldn't that increase your workload in the future? Right? I can't watch helplessly as my students fall to such a state. You're a teacher. The middle-aged policeman looked at Fang Yan and asked. Yes. My name is Fang Yan. I'm a language teacher at Rosefinch Secondary, Fang Yan said. He knew that most of the time, the outside world still had a good impression of the profession of a teacher. The middle-aged policeman was overjoyed. He pointed at Fang Yan and said with a smile, your teacher Fang Yan. Teacher Fang Yan from class 9. You know me? Fang Yan asked curiously. Xiao Lei, class 9 student. You know Mr. Fang, right? Fang Yan carefully sized up the middle-aged policeman in front of him. He saw that this person's facial features were somewhat similar to Xiao Lei's. He said happily, you're Xiao Lei's father. Xiao Zhenya smiled awkwardly and said, I'm Xiao Lei's uncle. His parents work abroad and rarely come back. Xiao Lei lives at my house. He often tells me about Mr. Fang's heroic deeds. These guys actually bullied Mr. Fang. They're really looking for death. I see, Fang Yan said with a smile. Tonight's incident, Xiao Zhenya glanced at Wang Hui and the others and said, students of Glory Martial Arts School treat fighting as their daily routine. It's not the first time we've dealt with this kind of thing. Mr. Fang, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. You've worked hard, Fang Yan said gratefully. Wang Hui and his classmates were taken away by the police. At the same time, Glory Martial Arts School's coach, Zhang Chen, who gathered the crowd to cause trouble, was also taken away. Because those students were brought here by him, they were also loudly cursing at his request. Glory Martial Arts School's students were like a group of dragons without a leader. Each of them stood there stupidly, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of them. Fang Yan came out of the small restaurant and walked straight towards the square formation of Glory Martial Arts School's students. The students persisted for a bit, but soon spontaneously dispersed and opened up a path. Fang Yan walked through the crowd. This scene was like Glory Martial Arts School's students lining the street to welcome the triumphant return of a hero. Fang Yan waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone go back, go back. The most important thing for students is to study well." Chapter 104. Police Station. Tianhe Branch Office. There was a cigarette between his fingers. The smoke emitted quickly filled the small interrogation room with smoke. There was a pile of extinguished cigarette butts in the ashtray. Zhang Chen, who rarely smoked, was especially addicted to cigarettes today. He felt that there was a stuffiness in his chest that he couldn't vent. Qiao Zhenye couldn't take it anymore. He walked over to open the window of the interrogation room to get some fresh air. "Captain Qiao, what's the meaning of this? We didn't provoke anyone. A student is going to celebrate his birthday. We were just going to have a birthday drink. Is this also illegal?" "Have a birthday drink?" Qiao Zhenye sneered. "Coach Shang, this isn't the first time we've dealt with each other. Some things are better to talk about openly. If you were really going to drink a student's birthday drink, why would I bring you here? Do I have nothing better to do? Let me ask you, what's going on with the Glory students in the private room? What's going on with so many Glory students surrounding the entrance of the restaurant? Even charging you for disturbing public order is considered a light punishment. A student from Glory Martial Arts School was beaten up in the restaurant's private room. I wanted to ask Captain Xiao what's going on. You're a police officer. Shouldn't you be the one to investigate this? As for the students at the entrance of the restaurant, they just happened to bump into each other. They just stood at the entrance for a while. How big of a deal could it be? See for yourself." Qiao Zhenye handed over his phone. Zhang Chen took the phone and saw that there was a video on the screen. He pressed the play button on the video. Then, he and his students stood at the entrance of the restaurant, insulting and attacking the people in the private room, shouting for them to come down and get beaten up. The sound and image were clearly displayed in front of him. "Pa!" Zhang Chen slammed the phone on the table and shouted angrily, "Too treacherous. They actually dared to secretly record a video. This is a means of self-protection. Why can't they record a video?" Qiao Zhenye said sarcastically. He picked up his cell phone from the table and said, "My wife bought this cell phone for me. If I break it, you have to compensate me." Zhang Chen sighed and said, "Senior Marshal brother, I was tricked this time. You have to think of a way to help me." "Help you?" Qiao Zhenye sneered. "The witness and material evidence are all here. If we don't handle this fairly, won't they have anything to say? Besides, I can't do something like siding with your glorious martial school. Don't you know the morals of your glorious martial school students?" Qiao Zhenye and Zhang Chen were from the same sect, but the paths they took were completely different. Zhang Chen was more talented than Qiao Zhenye in Sanda boxing. After winning several championships in Sanda, he went to Glory Martial Arts School to be a coach. On the other hand, Qiao Zhenye quit early and relied on his own efforts to become a police officer. After many years of hard work, he had become the squadron leader of the Tianhe police station. His rank wasn't too high, but he had a lot of power. Zhang Chen frowned and said, "What's the background of the other party? You didn't even know who they were, and you went to beat them up with so many people?" Qiao Zhenye said, suppressing his anger. I drank a lot at that time. Someone ran over and said that a student from the martial arts school was beaten up. I slammed the table and yelled for my brothers to come with me to get back at them. In the end, so many people came, Zhang Chen said with some regret. You also know my temper. It's easy to mess things up when I drink too much. You know that it's easy to mess things up when you drink too much, yet you don't quit drinking. Zhang Chen smiled bitterly. He touched his ribs and said, I can't. It hurts here. The knife wound back then was too vicious. Qiao Zhenyan knew about Zhang Chen's past. He sighed softly and said, the person in the private room is Fang Yan, a teacher at Rosefinch Secondary. Fang Yan? Zhang Chen thought about it a few times and said, this name sounds familiar. I should have heard of it somewhere. You must have heard of it, Qiao Zhenyan said with absolute certainty. A few days ago, a Japanese inspection group came to Rosefinch Secondary. One of the Japanese students cheated in a fencing competition and angered Mr. Fang. He jumped up and sent the person flying. My nephew told me dozens of times. I've heard of his name. Your Glory and Rosefinch are so close. How could you not have heard of him? Zhang Chen suddenly understood and said, so it's him. It's rumored that he's amazing. I was going to go and challenge him. What did you say? Qiao Zhenye was furious. It's just a spar, Zhang Chen said indifferently. You know how I am. I have good wine and a good opponent. If I don't enjoy myself, it'll be worse than killing me. What if he doesn't want to compete with you? Then I'll force him to compete with me. Zhang Chen. Brother, you can't persuade me on this. Fang Yan originally wanted to live with a beauty, but now a hero came. Lu Chaoga's courtyard had 2 bedrooms. In order to repay Lu Chaoga's selfless help, Fang Yan once proposed to each live in a room with her. Lu Chaoga refused, but the hero readily agreed. The hero's residence was settled, but Fang Yan had a new problem to worry about. What should he do in the future? He had to find a job for them. Otherwise, how could his salary be enough to support the expenses of the 3 of them if they were to sit idle and eat? Besides, his drunkard senior brother had asked the heroes and warriors to look for him because he wanted the 2 of them to gain experience in society. How could they gain experience? It was obviously impossible for them to perform on the streets and eat glass as a street performer. He could ask them to be security guards for Rosefinch, but the school wasn't hiring. Fang Yan thought about it, but he still couldn't think of a feasible way. Thus, he found his phone and dialed Lu Xiaoga's number. Lu Xiaoga's voice was a little hoarse. He didn't know if it was a throat problem or a cold. What's the matter? Lu Xiaoga asked. Principal Lu, did I disturb your rest? Fang Yan asked with a smile. Tell me. Here's the thing. I have 2 friends coming from their hometown to find me. I want to find a job for them. But you know, I'm not familiar with Huacheng. How can I find a job for them? So, I want to ask Principal Lu for help. You have a lot of connections. As long as you're willing, you can arrange a job for them with just a word. Lu Xiaoga was silent. Principal Lu, this is a small matter that can't be any more trivial. You can take care of it when you have time. Don't waste too much energy on it. You're a woman who can do great things. It's getting late. Principal Lu, rest early. Don't stay up late. Take care of your health, Fang Yan said sincerely, fulfilling a subordinate's concern and care for his superior's health. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yan closed his eyes happily. When you encounter a problem you can't solve, send it to the people who can. Early morning. The hero and the hero were practicing the cross plum blossom steps in the yard. Fang Yan was trimming the plants inside and outside the house. This was one of the 3 conditions that Lu Xiaoga put forward when she borrowed the house from him. He couldn't let this woman have an excuse to take back the house. The 3 of them were covered in hot sweat. After returning to their rooms and taking a shower, Fang Yan poured the medicinal concoction that he had brewed on the stove into a thermos cup. He waved at the heroes and warriors and said, "Let's go and have breakfast." So, the hero quickly followed. They were already hungry. After eating breakfast in the school cafeteria, the hero went back to practice. Fang Yan walked to the administrative building with the thermos cup. At the door of Lu Chaoga's office, Fang Yan took the initiative to greet the beautiful secretary, Xiao Meng. "Good morning, Xiao Meng." "Good morning, Mr. Fang." Xiao Meng saw the thermos cup in Fang Yan's hand and asked with a smile, "Is this a breakfast of love for me?" Fang Yan shook his head and asked, "Has Headmaster Lu come to work yet?" "I just came in." Xiao Meng looked at Fang Yan and asked with a surprised face, "Are you going to give Headmaster Lu breakfast?" Headmaster Lu Chaoga was the famous ice queen of the school. She had never been close to any young man. Did Fang Yan want to pursue Headmaster Lu? Wasn't this guy's guts a little too fat? Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "What does a child know?" Fang Yan didn't care what Xiao Meng was thinking. He went over and knocked on the door of Lu Chaoga's office. "Come in, please." Lu Chaoga's voice came out. Her voice was hoarse, not as concise and crisp as usual. When Fang Yan pushed the door and entered, Lu Chaoga was standing in the corner and trimming a potted plant. Fang Yan said with a smile, "Headmaster Lu really loves flowers. Among the people I know, you are the first." Lu Chaoga was wearing a black professional suit. Inside the tailored uniform was a snow-white vest. The outer coat was serious, and the inner lining was relaxed. It didn't look old-fashioned or too casual. Lu Chaoga was a natural clothes rack. Of course, the key was that she had a good-looking face. A good-looking person would look good in any clothes. The scissors in Lu Chaoga's hand stopped. She turned to look at Fang Yan and asked, "What's the matter?" "Headmaster Lu, I called you last night and heard something wrong with your voice. I chose a few Chinese herbs and made a pot of herbal tea for you. This tea can cure the early cold, moisturize the heart and lungs, and protect the throat. Try it. If the effect is good, I'll make a few more pots for you." Headmaster Lu stared at Fang Yan calmly and didn't speak. Fang Yan handed over the teacup and said, "Headmaster Lu, don't worry. I didn't make medicine for you to ask you to do something for me. I just respect your character and thank you for your care for me all the time." Lu Chaoga took the thermos and looked at Fang Yan and said, "Thank you for your medicine. I can't do it for you." Chapter 105. The wicked will be tortured by the wicked, and the bitch will not let him take advantage of anything. This was the only way that Lu Chaoga could think of to deal with people like Fang Yan. Looking at Fang Yan's stunned expression, Lu Chaoga asked, "Is there anything else?" "No." Fang Yan said. "Nothing. I'm very busy." Lu Chaoga waved the scissors in her hand and gave a euphemistic order for him to leave. "Oh, yes, Principal Lu is very busy, and I happen to have classes in the first 2 periods. Fang Yan only then reacted. "I still have to go to class with the students, so I won't bother Principal Lu." He looked at the thermos cup in Lu Chaoga's hand and said, "Principal Lu, you must drink this medicinal tea while it's hot, don't forget." "I'll remember," Lu Chaoga said expressionlessly. "Then I'm really leaving." Fang Yan smiled shyly and turned to walk out of Lu Chaoga's office. When Xiaomeng saw Fang Yan come out, her first reaction was to see if his hands were empty. When she found that the thermos cup in Fang Yan's hand had disappeared, her eyes widened and she asked in surprise, "Fang Yan, Principal Lu, shoot." Fang Yan made a shushing gesture to her and whispered, "It's good that you know, don't say it." Xiaomeng nodded and looked at Fang Yan with a complicated expression. Originally, she had some small admiration and intentions for Fang Yan. She thought that with more and more contact, they would slowly become an enviable couple. Unexpectedly, Fang Yan's target turned out to be her boss and idol, Principal Lu Chaoga. Why did Principal Lu accept his breakfast of love? She had never accepted gifts from men. In the past, when someone sent her expensive flowers or potted plants, she directly handed them to the office to deal with. She looked at Fang Yan's receding figure and felt a little sour in her heart. It was as if he had just eaten an unripe green date. Lu Chaoge didn't know what the two young men and women were thinking. She put the thermos cup that Fang Yan had brought over on the windowsill, and then continued to trim the welcome pine with scissors. In fact, Lu Chaoge didn't like the welcome pine tree because there were too many people there. It had almost become a standard feature of a company or business owner's office. No matter how elegant an object was, as long as many people owned it, it would become vulgar. For example, RMB. Everyone was playing with it, and everyone liked it. However, everyone felt that it was too tacky to talk about money. But if you have a big carat diamond or a rare gem in your hand, then no matter how noble the occasion is, it will not be demeaning to speak of it or show it. It will only add to your endless elegance. However, this welcome pine tree was very different from other welcome pine trees. The welcome pine tree, which was commonly seen in the market, would try to stretch out its branches and leaves, like people stretching out their arms to welcome guests from afar. When Lu Chaoge found this welcome pine tree in the flower market, it was abandoned in the corner by its owner. The reason why it was abandoned was that it didn't have branches to extend out to welcome guests. Who would buy a welcome pine tree that didn't want to welcome guests? However, Lu Chaoge fell in love with it at first sight. She felt that this welcome pine tree, which didn't look luxuriant and too straight without branches, looked like a person. Fang Yan. In the Taekwondo dojo, Fang Yan was infuriated by Chiba Haomu and suddenly jumped out to beat him up. After beating him up, he stood alone in the center of the dojo with a thin body and a cold expression. Didn't he look exactly like this welcoming pine? The welcome pine tree she trimmed was not willing to extend its arms and bow to welcome guests. Who had Fang Yan ever welcomed? 10 minutes later, Lu Chaoge put down the scissors and carefully looked at the work she had just finished. There were still some flaws, but it was time to go to work. She liked flowers and potted plants, but she would never use her working time to do these things. Most of the time, she used the time before work or during her break. Lu Chaoge put the scissors on the windowsill and went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Then she sat on the chair and began to work. Every morning when she worked, she would first deal with the emails from the day before. This was a habit she had developed when she worked in the United States. Her throat was extremely itchy, so she immediately covered her mouth with a tissue and coughed. She coughed so hard that it seemed like her lungs would never stop. Her face turned purple, and she was worried that she would vomit her lungs out if she opened her mouth. She took out some cough water from her bag and was about to spray it into her mouth, but she stopped just in time when she was about to press it. Her eyes turned to the purple thermos on the windowsill again. It stood there quietly, not at all as ostentatious and strange as its owner. After hesitating for a while, Lu Chaoge walked over, picked up the thermos, and unscrewed the cap. It wasn't like what she had imagined, where she could smell an unpleasant herbal smell when she opened the lid. Not only was it not unpleasant, but there was a fragrance of herbs. The medicine was not the black color she was familiar with, but a translucent orange-yellow color. It was like the first brew of ripe pu, or tea soup. Is this medicine or tea? Lu Chaoge thought in her heart. The color was tempting, and the fragrance assailed her nostrils. Lu Chaoge couldn't help but take a sip. A warm and cool feeling went straight into her mouth, and before she could savor it carefully, it slipped down her throat. The thick phlegm deep in her throat that she couldn't cough out came into contact with the tea soup, and she immediately surrendered and became a deserter. The burning and itchy feeling quickly disappeared. Lu Chaoge was overjoyed and drank the whole cup of tea in one gulp. Her mouth was watering, and she felt refreshed. It actually gave her the urge to have another bowl. The high fever and cough caused by the inflammation of her throat had been tormenting her for 2 days and 2 nights. Last night, when Fang Yan called her, she was coughing so hard that she couldn't fall asleep. She took a lot of anti-inflammatory drugs, and although it was getting better, she didn't fully recover. Fang Yan's tea soup was simply her life-saving elixir. She really didn't want to suffer like this anymore. Not only was her body uncomfortable, but it also affected the progress of her work. After cleaning the thermos, she called the secretary Xiao Meng in and said to Xiao Meng, "Give the thermos to Mr. Fang Yan and ask him to send another cup tomorrow morning." "Okay, principal." Xiao Meng nodded and quickly took the thermos. When leaving Lu Chaoga's office, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lu Chaoga. There was an irrepressible joy and happiness on her face. Principal Lu is in love. Xiao Meng thought in her heart. When Zhang Chen was teaching the students how to fight, someone shouted at the door of the classroom, "Coach Zhang, someone is looking for you." Zhang Chen looked back and said to the students, "You are free to practice. Don't be lazy. If I see anyone being lazy, you are not allowed to eat tonight. Prepare to run 50 laps on the field." In Brilliant Martial Arts School, Zhang Chen was famous for being strict with the students. Everyone promised that they wouldn't be lazy. When Zhang Chen walked out of the classroom, he found that 3 young people wanted to see him. To be more precise, 3 young Rosefinch students wanted to see him. Although they weren't wearing Rosefinch's school jacket, they were wearing the school's pants. Zhang Chen looked at them vigilantly and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" Could it be that he had a conflict with Fang Yan last night, and today his students came to take revenge for their teacher? The problem was, these 3 students, from their crooked posture, he could see that their lower bodies weren't stable. He could probably knock them all down in 10 seconds. These kinds of people wanted to help his teacher get back at him. However, what Zhang Chen didn't understand was that last night, it was clearly their Brilliant Martial Arts School that was at a disadvantage. Why would Rosefinch be dissatisfied? "Are you teacher Zhang Chen?" Zheng Guodong asked with a smile, a fawning look on his face. "Who are you?" Zhang Chen asked. "I'm Zheng Guodong," Zheng Guodong said. "My dad is Zheng Tiancheng, Rosefinch Secondary School Board member." Zheng Guodong knew that if he only said his name, Zhang Chen probably wouldn't put him in his eyes at all. However, if he said his father's name, Zhang Chen couldn't help but look at him in a different light. He had used this move countless times, and it worked every time. Zheng Guodong pointed at Li Yang and Chen Tao and said, "They're my friends. Why are you looking for me?" Zhang Chen was even more confused. Why was Zheng Tiancheng's son looking for him? To recruit him as a bodyguard? "We heard about what happened last night," Zheng Guodong said. Zhang Chen frowned and said, "What? You want to take revenge for your teacher? I'm afraid the 3 of you aren't qualified, right?" "Teacher Zhang, you misunderstood," Zheng Guodong explained with a smile. Seeing that Zheng Guodong was still brooding over what happened last night, he knew that they were right to come. "We're very dissatisfied with some of Fang Yan's practices in the school. This guy is a beast in human clothing. On the surface, he says one thing, but in the dark, he does another. The teachers and students in the school don't like him. We think, if Teacher Zhang wants to find Fang Yan to compare notes, we can help to provide some convenience. If Teacher Zhang needs, we can even trick him to come out to the place you specify." Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed and said, "You mean, you want me to challenge Fang Yan and teach him a lesson? Is that right? You're his students?" "Yes. We're all students of Class 9. But, we won't admit that we're his students," Li Yang said angrily. "We won't admit that he's our teacher. He doesn't deserve it. Isn't the teacher-student relationship the best?" Zhang Chen grinned. "It's not that he doesn't deserve it, it's that you don't deserve it." Zheng Guodong was dumbfounded. This was different from what they had imagined. Chapter 106. It shouldn't be like this, the plot shouldn't be like this. This morning, when Zheng Guodong, Li Yang, and Qin Tao heard about the conflict between Fang Yan and the students of Glory Martial Arts School while eating in Chu Xiangqing, and how the ace coach of Glory Martial Arts School, Zhang Chen, brought many students to surround the restaurant, and how the police came out to take the troublemakers away, they immediately made detailed and accurate fantasies and deductions about the subsequent development of this matter. When Glory Martial Arts School's coach Zhang Chen was suppressing a bellyful of anger and trying to take revenge on Fang Yan, they appeared like a timely rain and offered their huge selfless help. Plus, they had a common enemy, Fang Yan, so both sides hit it off and had a good chat. Coach Zhang Chen warmly pulled their hands and wanted to keep them for lunch, but they refused with the reason that they had another place to go to at noon. But Zhang Chen was a rough person who practiced martial arts, saying that if they didn't accept his invitation, it would be not giving him face. For the sake of the same ideal and goal, they reluctantly stayed. During the meal, each person only drank a bottle of beer, not more, to avoid messing things up. Why didn't Zhang Chen act according to the script at all? "Teacher Zhang, are you okay?" Zheng Guodong asked with a face full of doubt. There was no reason. Why did he suddenly become so fierce to his benefactors? "Are you crazy?" Zhang Chen said with a cold smile. No wonder people say that the quality of education at Vermilion Bird Academy has been getting worse and worse these past few years. The students that come out are getting worse and worse. Even trash like you can get in. No wonder this school is getting worse and worse. Although the students of our Glory Martial Arts School are a group of rough people who practice martial arts, no one would do something as beastly as inviting others to beat up their own teacher. Are you still human? Cruel and unscrupulous is the description of you guys, right? Teacher Zhang, don't you have enmity with Fang Yan? Why are you speaking up for him? Chen Tao also found it hard to understand. This guy was really stupid. Could it be that he couldn't even tell who was truly good to him? "I have no enmity with Fang Yan," Zhang Chen shouted angrily. "We just had some conflicts. He made me lose face, so I'll go to his door to get back at him. But I will go there openly and fight with him fair and square. I don't need the help of you bastards whose conscience has been eaten by dogs. Who the hell are you? Do you think that everyone in the world is as shameless as you? Zhang Chen, I'm warning you." Zheng Guodong pointed at Zhang Chen and cursed. Bang! Zhang Chen stretched out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed the finger that Zheng Guodong was pointing at his nose. "Do you believe that I won't break your bones?" Zhang Chen glared at him and said angrily. Zheng Guodong only felt that the finger that Zhang Chen grabbed was getting tighter and tighter. It was burning with pain, as if it was about to be squeezed off. Seeing Zhang Chen's terrifying appearance that looked like he was about to bite someone, Zheng Guodong began to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. His face was pale and he said shakily, "Don't help. If you don't want us to help, then forget it. We're just saying." Zhang Chen grabbed Zheng Guodong's finger and didn't let go. His sharp eyes stared into Zheng Guodong's eyes, as if he was considering whether or not to break his finger. "Hurry and let go of Zheng. Don't bring trouble to yourself and the school." Li Yang shouted anxiously. "Zhang Chen, if you dare to touch Zheng, don't think about continuing in Glory. Glory will also be out of luck." Chen Tao also threatened. Zhang Chen forcefully pushed with his palm. Zheng Guodong's body couldn't bear the weight and fell on his butt. Scram! Zhang Chen roared. He really couldn't beat up an outsider in Glory Martial Arts School. If he did that, he wouldn't be able to continue as an instructor, and Glory Martial Arts School would also have to bear responsibility. The school's principal treated him like a brother, so he couldn't harm his own brother. Li Yang and Qin Tao hurriedly ran over to help Zheng Guodong up. Zheng Guodong swung his finger that was about to deform and looked at Zhang Chen with a venomous gaze. He brought his two followers and ran towards the school gate. "Sick," they scolded from afar. Zhang Chen sneered and said, "You guys are the sick ones. And quite sick." A few martial arts school students ran over and asked, "Instructor, where did those three brats come from? They dared to challenge the instructor." "Three patients," Zhang Chen said with a disdainful expression. A bunch of spineless weaklings. Junior Marshal Uncle, haven't we found a job yet? Fang Yingying stood behind Fang Yan and asked. Why don't we let the hero go out and eat glass? He likes to eat it anyway. Fang Yan was busy brewing today's medicinal soup. After hearing Fang Yingying's words, he smiled and said, Don't be anxious. Today, this medicinal soup will be delivered. Tomorrow, you too will have a job. Really? Fang Yingying didn't believe him at all. What does finding a job have to do with delivering medicinal soup? Giving gifts, Fang Yan said proudly. Other people give gifts with good cigarettes, wine, ginseng, and cordyceps, but we just need to give a bowl of medicinal soup. It's simple and cheap, warm and practical. That woman will definitely be moved by me. Once she's happy, you too will have a job. Women outside are so gullible. Fang Yingying exclaimed. Gullible? Why not? Do you think all women are like Yi Ro, as sly as a 1,000-year-old fox, hitting people and hurting people's self-esteem? Fang Yan got angry at the mention of Yi Ro. He couldn't wait to appear in front of him and get beaten up. No, it's better not to appear in front of him. Women outside are silly and stupid. They believe whatever you say. They're so moved by a little kindness that they cry and laugh, wishing they could repay you with their bodies. If it weren't for Junior Marshal Uncle's strong willpower and my unfulfilled dreams and ambitions, I might have been taken by them and lived a peaceful life with a wife and children. The kind of women that you're talking about who are stupid and will believe anything you say, who will be moved to tears and laughter at the same time, wishing to repay you with their bodies. Does that include me? A cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Fang Yan turned around and saw Lu Chaoge, who was wearing a pair of blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and a black knitted sweater, standing at the door of the kitchen with a sneer on her face. Oh, Fang Yan's expression suddenly changed. Is the medicine ready? Lu Chaoge asked. After drinking the medicinal soup sent by Fang Yan for 2 consecutive days, Lu Chaoge's throat inflammation and cough were almost cured. According to Fang Yan, she would be completely cured after drinking it for another 2 days. Besides, the medicine soup could remove some toxins in her body, which was good for her body. However, Fang Yan sent medicine to Lu Chaoge in the early morning for 2 consecutive days, which attracted some criticism in the office of the administration building. There were even rumors that they were in love. Otherwise, what important things did a teacher have to report to the vice principal? Did they have to meet in the office every morning? Lu Chaoge didn't go directly to the office of the administration building today. Instead, she went to the small courtyard that she lent to Fang Yan. She wanted to take away all the medicine before Fang Yan went out. In this way, she could avoid the need for Fang Yan to go to the office to send medicine to her, and eliminate the speculation about their relationship. Unexpectedly, she happened to hear Fang Yan's wise words at the door of the kitchen. Was her behavior so retarded during this period of time? Did she become a heavenly idiot in his eyes? Done. Fang Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded. Lu Chaoge handed over the thermos flask in her hand and said, "Give it to me." Fang Yan deftly poured out the medicine in the crock and carefully poured it into the thermos flask. Lu Chaoge took the thermos flask and turned to leave. That. Fang Yan felt that he should explain. No need to explain. Lu Chaoge said without turning her head. All your explanations are just to cover up. Clang. The wooden door of the small courtyard was closed by Lu Chaoge. Fang Yan walked in front of Fang Yingying and said, "Slap me. Junior Marshal Uncle." Fang Yingying looked at Fang Yan with great shock. Are you all right? Don't you want to beat such a cheap person? Fang Yan asked. Junior Marshal Uncle. I can't do it. I'm used to it. Fang Yan waved at Fang Haohen, who was in the middle of the courtyard. Fang Haohen with a poker face walked in front of Fang Yan in a few steps. How did she get in? Fang Yan asked. She walked in. Fang Haohan answered honestly. I'm asking how she walked in. Fang Yan was angry. He pointed at the door of the courtyard and said, does she know Qinggong or can she walk through walls? Neither. Fang Haohan shook his head with a serious expression. She walked in. You opened the door for her, didn't you? Fang Yan had to make the question clearer. This guy didn't understand the subtext of his words at all. Yes. Fang Haohan nodded. Then why didn't you tell me? You let a strange woman into our courtyard for no reason. Weren't you afraid that she would do something dangerous to us? Fang Haohan thought for a moment and said, she can't beat us. Knock, 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 someone knocked on the wooden door of the small courtyard. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment and quickly rushed over. He opened the door and said, Principal Lu, listen to my explanation. Baldy, why are you standing at the door sneakily? Baldy felt very wronged and explained, I'm just standing at the door. I'm not sneaky. He took out a paper card that looked like an invitation and handed it over. He said, this is a letter of challenge from someone else. Fang Yan turned around and said, just say you didn't see me. Chapter 107. Zhang Chen. Fang Yan looked at the name inscribed on the back of the challenge and asked in surprise, I don't know him, why did he hit me? The corner of Baldy's mouth twitched, and he said, he didn't hit you, he wanted to compete with you, do you think I'm stupid? Fang Yan sneered. I just had a conflict with Glory Martial School, and now they're sending me a challenge. Don't they just want to beat me up after defeating me? They're doing it for revenge, and they're finding a dignified excuse for it. This kind of hypocritical and cunning villain, I don't even want to fight with him. Baldy thought about it, and it really did seem like it. Mr. Feng really understands human nature, you can predict things like a god. Baldy grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat yellow teeth. If it were me, I would do the same, Fang Yan said. Fang Yan handed the challenge back to Baldy, and said, just pretend you didn't see me. No way, no way. Baldy waved his hand to refuse. Zhang Chen came early in the morning, and he's been waiting in front of our security office for an hour. He said if you don't accept the challenge, he won't leave. Fang Yan said indifferently, if he doesn't want to leave, then he won't leave. He can stand for as long as he wants. The land and sunlight are all free. If you're in a good mood, pour him a glass of water. If you're in a bad mood, talk to him more, and waste his saliva. If he's thirsty, he'll naturally go back. He's a living person, standing there all the time, how bad would that be? That's the job of your security office. Just chase him away on the grounds that he's affecting the security office and polluting the eyes of the students. You said the students are scared when they see him. He won't leave, Baldy said with a bitter smile. If it was someone else, we could think of a way to send him away. But if it's Zhang Chen, we really can't do that. Fang Yan looked at Baldy doubtfully and asked, how much do you know about him? Zhang Chen is a brilliant and famous martial arts madman. In the beginning, in order to compete with a Wing Chun master, he followed him for more than a month. When others were eating, he would sit and eat. While others were receiving guests, he stood at the side and listened. Wherever others went, he followed. That expert couldn't stand it anymore. I had no choice but to agree to his request. What was the result? Fang Yan asked. I don't know. Baldy shook his head. They are competing in secret. We don't know the result. There's no news about it. You mean, I have no choice but to accept it? I can't, Baldy said. The glorious martial school is right next to our rosefinch. Zhang Chen will definitely come and follow you every day. Fang Yan was a little interested in Zhang Chen and asked, how is his skill? He can fight very well, Baldy said excitedly. He is the 3-time MMA champion of Huacheng. He is the ace coach of the glorious martial school. Some say he is the #1 expert in Huacheng. Fang Yan's expression changed greatly and said, "You better tell him that you didn't find Fang Yan." "Mr. Fang, hey, Baldy." Fang Yan looked up and down at Baldy and said with a cold smile, "I find that you really want me to accept this match." "What? You want to see me get beaten up? Or did Zhang Qin send you to be a lobbyist? If I agree, what benefits will he give you?" "No, no." Baldy waved his hands repeatedly. "Why would I want to see you get beaten up? I mainly want to see you beat someone up. This reason won't convince me," Fang Yan said. Baldy pondered for a moment, then looked at Fang Yan and said, "Actually, it's not just me who wants you to accept the letter of challenge. My colleagues in the security department all hope that you can accept it. The entire Rosefinch Secondary's teachers and students also hope that you can accept it." "Oh. So much higher all of a sudden. To fight for Rosefinch?" "You also know that although our Rosefinch students have good grades, when it comes to fighting, we are really no match for those martial arts school students. It is also because of this reason that the martial arts school students often come to the Rosefinch student activity area to show off their strength. The students are holding in their anger, and our security department has to deal with the conflicts between these students all day, so we are also holding in our anger. But what can we do even if we hold in our anger? Our fists aren't as hard as theirs, and our fights aren't as fierce as theirs. We can only be bullied by others." Baldy looked at Fang Yan and said, "Mr. Fang is skilled in both literature and martial arts. The matter of you beating up Wu Ren swordsmen in order to avenge your students has long been known by everyone in Huacheng. The students of Rosefinch all see you as their guardian angel, and they all feel that as long as you are there, you can protect them. But the students of Brilliant Martial Arts School all think that we are just bragging, saying that Mr. Fang is just a show-off, and that if he met their teachers and students, he would be beaten down in less than 3 moves. Because of this matter, the students of the two schools had many wars of words. This time, the students of Brilliant Martial Arts School will definitely know that Zhang Qin came to our school's entrance to issue a challenge. The students of our school will know very quickly. If they know that you rejected Zhang Chen's letter of challenge, they will definitely be very disappointed and disappointed. Therefore, this competition concerns Rosefinch's reputation, as well as the morale of the students. We all hope that Mr. Fang can step forward bravely and fight for our honor and dignity. My personal honor doesn't matter much, but since it concerns Rosefinch's honor and dignity, I will not shirk my duty," Fang Yan said with a serious expression. Mr. Fang agreed. Baldy was overjoyed. "Fang Yingying," Fang Yan shouted. Here, the short and fat Fang Yingying ran in front of Fang Yan and said, "Junior Martial Uncle, you were looking for me? Are you willing to fight for Rosefinch's honor and dignity?" "Yes," Fang Yingying shouted loudly. "But why should I fight for Rosefinch's honor and dignity? I have nothing to do with Rosefinch." "Then fight for me," Fang Yan said. He stuffed the letter of challenge in his hand into Fang Yingying's hand and said, "You can only win, you can't lose." Fang Yingying and Baldy looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Fang Yan looked worried and said, "Principal Lu is angry. What should I do to please her? I'm going to tell her that she's not the kind of woman that I made her out to be. She won't believe me if I tell her that she's not the kind of woman that would cry and laugh at the slightest bit of kindness. But she has never promised to marry me. Mr. Zhang, you should go back first. Baldy has gone to find someone for you. We will inform you when we find him." "Yes. You are standing in front of the school gate, and all the students are looking at you. If the school leaders know, we will be scolded again." Zhang Chen was indifferent to Rosefinch's security guard's persuasion. He said, "I will not leave until Fang Yan comes out." "Mr. Zhang." "Hey, Baldy is back," a security guard said, pointing to the wall. Mr. Fang Yan also came out. Fang Yan walked to the school gate with Baldy and the hero. He looked at the big man in rough clothes standing at the gate of the security office and said, "We have met. You're the one who's seen me. I've never seen you before." Zhang Chen stared into Fang Yan's eyes. That night, he brought people to block the door of Chu Xiangqing's restaurant. In the end, Fang Yan did not go downstairs. Instead, he stood upstairs and recorded the scene of them shouting and insulting. The police came to take them away. From beginning to end, he did not even have a chance to meet Fang Yan. Was he the one who sent the Japanese swordsman flying? Was he the legendary Tai Chi master? You could not tell from his appearance at all. He was gentle and handsome, thin and tall, and his face was too young. No matter how you looked at him, he did not look like a peerless master. However, Zhang Chen's intuition told him that this was the person he was looking for. He felt danger. His body reacted subconsciously. Fang Yan also recognized Zhang Chen in front of him. It was the man he saw in front of the window surrounded by brilliant students. He said with a smile, "So it is you. I even took a photo of you." Zhang Chen felt a pain in his chest, as if he had been stabbed on the spot. He said, "Yes. Those photos are still in the police station. You see, you already have a criminal record in the police station. You still want to hit me. Isn't it too risky?" Fang Yan said with a smile. He had handed the video to the police to prevent these guys from taking revenge. I am a challenge. A fair and square challenge. Zhang Chen was not used to Fang Yan's way of saying things, so he could only directly state his intention. Our martial arts association often organizes competitions to compare notes. This is legal. Is it legal to hit people? Fang Yan said angrily. Is it legal for me to hit you? It is also legal, Zhang Chen said. The premise is that you can knock me down. Hearing you say that, I am relieved, Fang Yan said. The original intention of practicing martial arts is to strengthen the body and protect the family. Fighting and killing in our spare time is not what people like us do. Although I've never fought with anyone before, since you're so persistent, I'll fulfill your wish. Where shall we fight? Zhang Chen did not expect Fang Yan to agree so readily. His face was full of joy as he said, Brilliant Martial Arts School has a special competition hall. If you have any concerns, you can choose the location. He was worried that if he arranged the competition venue at Brilliant Martial Arts School, Fang Yan would not be happy. After all, it was an away game. Fang Yan could easily be surrounded by the students of Brilliant Martial Arts School. If he did not handle it well, Fang Yan would suffer a big loss. Then let's go to Brilliant Martial Arts School, Fang Yan said. I believe you guys can't do something like fighting 100 against 1. If you really can't do it, we can call the police. Chapter 108. Glory Martial Arts School's ace coach, Zhang Chen, issued a challenge to Rosefinch Secondary's language teacher, Fang Yan. Fang Yan happily accepted the challenge. Under the manipulation of someone with ulterior motives, this news instantly spread throughout Rosefinch and Glory Martial Arts School. Glory Martial Arts School's students were rubbing their hands in excitement. They were all looking forward to Zhang Chen teaching the guy who brought hope to Rosefinch's students and brought shame to Glory Martial Arts School. Zhang Chen was a professional, an ace, a 3-time MMA champion in Huacheng, and the #1 in Huacheng in many people's hearts. They had confidence in Zhang Chen. They never thought that Zhang Chen would lose. In their dictionaries, there was absolutely no such ominous word. As for Fang Yan, although Rosefinch's students said that he was so powerful, and that he had defeated such a brilliant Japanese swordsman, who knew if they were deliberately bragging about him as a hero? Besides, Fang Yan had only defeated one person. In Zhang Chen's path, the number of people who had been defeated by him was innumerable. How could it be more than 1,000? Who was superior and who was inferior, it was obvious at a glance. The Rosefinch's students were in an uproar. The students were discussing and howling. Did teacher Fang Yan really agree? That's great, Mr. Fang should teach those guys who are all brawn and no brains a lesson. Why is the competition starting now? Why isn't it Sunday? We have to go to class today. That's right, I really want to go and cheer for Mr. Fang. What should I do? Should I ask for leave and skip class? That zombie face definitely won't agree to let him go, right? It was rare for Qin Yitian to appear in the classroom today. When he heard the discussion in the class, he couldn't help but smile. Watching him fight should be more interesting than going to class. Qin Yitian stuffed his earphones into his ears, picked up his bag, and walked out of the classroom. Seeing Qin Yitian's action, Tang Qing quickly pushed the chair away and ran out. Qin Yitian! Tang Qing shouted from behind. Qin Yitian looked back at Tang Qing, smiled, and continued to move forward. Tang Qing's heart was instantly filled with joy. She smiled at him and did not object to him going with her to cheer for Fang Yan. Soon, the joy turned into disappointment. Because when he took the initiative to greet her, she didn't even respond. I'm the most handsome guy in school. Why doesn't she respect me and help me protect my face? The revolution had not succeeded yet, and he still had to work hard. As long as there was a chance, Tang Qing knew that he would definitely succeed. He walked quickly to Qin Yitian's side and walked side by side with her. He said, Qin Yitian, who do you think will win the competition between Zhang Chen and Mr. Fang? Fang Yan, Qin Yitian said indifferently. Although Mr. Fang is very strong, Zhang Chen is not someone to be trifled with. He's the 3-time champion of Huaqing, and the number 1 in Huaqing in name, Fang Yan, Qin Yitian said again. Tang Qing was speechless. It was very difficult to find a common topic with this kind of brainless fan. Following along with Qin Yitian's constant praise of Fang Yan, he was really not happy. Since Glory Martial Arts School was a martial arts school, there would naturally be no lack of competition venues. Actually, it didn't matter where Fang Yan fought. Whether it was the hall or the courtyard, the wooden floor or the concrete floor, or even the bushes or the forest, Fang Yan could handle it with ease. The key was to defeat the opponent and not be defeated by the opponent. The Fang family's martial arts hall was classical and grand, but every time he fought with Yi Ro, she would beat him like a dog. How could Fang Yan's mood be good? Number 1 Practice Hall. This was Glory Martial Arts School's largest competition hall. Fang Yan and Zhang Chen's competition venue was chosen here. When Fang Yan and Zhang Chen arrived, number 1 Practice Hall was completely surrounded. Not only were the spectator seats in the hall filled with Glory Martial Arts School's students, but even the windows were filled with heads. Wang Hui was also in the middle of the crowd. His face was still bandaged, and he stared viciously at Fang Yan, who was smiling and waving to the surrounding students. Brother Hui, don't be anxious. This kid is going to be out of luck soon, Chen Jian, who was standing beside Wang Hui, said with a cold smile. Zhang Chen isn't someone who knows how to show mercy, Wang Hui said with a ruthless voice. Let's just wait and watch a good show. For the sake of fairness, Zhang Chen even specially invited a referee. The referee was Glory Martial Arts School's most senior coach, Lin Ping-en. Lin Ping-en had been a coach at Glory Martial Arts School for more than 20 years, and had practically joined when Glory Martial Arts School was founded. Not only was he the coach of Glory Martial Arts School, he was also the Deputy Secretary General of Huaqing Martial Arts Association. Lin Ping-en was a short old man with slick back hair and a tuft of goatee. He wore a black tang suit and indeed looked like a master. He habitually hid one hand behind his back, stood between Fang Yan and Zhang Chen, and exhorted, in the way of exchanging pointers, friendship comes first, competition comes second. Don't hurt your opponent's vital points, and don't take his life. If anyone breaks the rules, then not only will he lose this match, but he will also lose his future. You two are both young, so remember not to fight fiercely. That would put you at a disadvantage. Zhang Chen repeatedly agreed, saying that he definitely wouldn't. Fang Yan was even more vehement in his denial, saying that they were all friends, so how could he hurt his friend or take his friend's life? That was the act of a beast. Lin Ping-en took 3 steps back and made a gesture with his hands. Fang Yan and Zhang Chen understood, and both of them retreated, putting a distance between them. Are you ready? Lin Ping An asked. Ready, Fang Yan and Zhang Chen answered at the same time. Begin. Lin Ping An raised his hand and chopped down forcefully, as if he was chopping a hard object. Dong dong dong, Zhang Chen took the lead to attack, his body slightly bent as he charged towards Fang Yan's position. Zhang Chen was around 180 centimeters tall. According to common sense, he wasn't too tall, so he couldn't compete with others in terms of strength. He wasn't short enough, and he wouldn't have much of an advantage in speed. However, this was Zhang Chen's specialty. He had both strength and speed. This was also the reason why he repeatedly defeated strong opponents in Huaqing's freestyle arena and achieved good results. He charged towards Fang Yan like a raging bull, and the distance between the two was closed in an instant. Hua! A huge fist headed straight for Fang Yan's face. The veins on his fist bulged, and the bones in his fingers were cracking. The whistling wind broke the silence of the scene, and a cold and dangerous aura headed straight for Fang Yan. Swords could kill, and so could sword aura. Fists could hurt, and so could the wind generated by the fists. Fang Yan was sure that Zhang Chen only had a body of strength honed through years of persistent training and rich combat experience. He definitely didn't have internal energy like them. However, he could actually use his body's strength to create such a powerful wind. It was enough to show that he lived up to his reputation as the number one in Huaqing. The closer the fist was to the face, the darker the color of the fist. In the end, it turned crimson red, as if it was about to burn during the process of the punch. Fang Yan took a step back. He only took a step back, and just happened to avoid the attack of Zhang Chen's domineering punch. Clatter, the students of Glory Martial School applauded vigorously, and some even cheered loudly. Did you see that? Our coach Zhang beat that kid back with one punch. That's right, whether it's a mule or a horse, he's going to show his true colors now. Coach's punch was so domineering. If Fang Yan dared to take it head-on with his small body, he would definitely be sent flying. His first punch missed, but this didn't affect Zhang Chen's performance. His body moved forward rapidly, his body pouncing forward, his hands clenched into claws, but his right leg was raised high. Fist to knee. This was a combo. In other words, Zhang Chen's first punch and his current first move were the same move. His first punch went straight for the face, in order to hit Fang Yan, or to beat Fang Yan back. After hitting Fang Yan, the second move was used, and Fang Yan was already on the ground, unable to get up. Since he couldn't hit Fang Yan, the second move was used, and Fang Yan was still in extreme danger. This was because he was the one attacking. Advancing forward was always faster than retreating. When the first punch was thrown, he had already calculated the difference between Fang Yan's retreating speed and his advancing speed. This was experience. Combat experience. Whoosh, Fang Yan's body quickly fell to the left, at a 90-degree vertical angle. His left hand landed on the ground, and the strength of his wrist supported his whole body's weight, so he didn't fall heavily on the ground. The students of Glory Martial School were even more excited. Did you see that? Coach knocked him down, in less than 3 moves. With my experience, Coach will win in less than 3 moves. Coach, give him a vicious blow. Seeing Fang Yan fall to the ground, Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. His raised right leg suddenly stomped down, ruthlessly stepping on Fang Yan's abdomen. Gotcha, his foot missed. The brown leather boots on his feet stomped heavily on the wooden floor of the training hall, and fine cracks instantly appeared on the floor. The cracks were still spreading, and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger, looking like they were about to explode. Fang Yan, who had one hand on the ground, avoided that killer move, and his 2 legs nimbly twisted towards Zhang Chen's lower body. Using Zhang Chen's legs as a new fulcrum, his body turned 360 degrees. Dragon tail cut. This was one of the killer moves of the Tai Chi stick formula, famous for attacking the lower body. Even if the dragon's tail was stuck, it could only be cut off with one cut. Not to mention the 2 legs of an ordinary person. Zhang Chen's lower body was unstable, and his huge body fell to the ground. Bang! A loud sound reverberated through the air, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. It ended just like that. Chapter 109. What kind of battle was the most exciting? The two opponents were evenly matched, fighting to the death with their fists. This kind of battle was exciting and pleasing to the eye. Zhang Chen punched hard enough, but he couldn't touch the corner of Fang Yan's clothes. Fang Yan knocked down Zhang Chen, but no matter how much strength he used, it gave people a feeling of being light. The onlookers all said that it was too unsatisfying. Fang Yan supported himself with his palms and jumped up from the ground. He cupped his hands to Zhang Chen and said with a smile, "Thank you for letting me win." Coach Zhang has good skills. Everyone condemned Fang Yan for being too shameless. He had won and still said such sarcastic words. No matter how good Coach Zhang's skills were, he was still defeated by you. Teacher Fang Yan felt very wronged. This was the standard saying on the martial arts field. If someone else said it, it would be noble and unquestionable integrity. How could it be that he said it as shameless? Zhang Chen got up from the ground. Because of the heavy fall just now, his chest was still in pain. What made him want to vomit blood was that the match had ended before he could even touch Fang Yan's skin. He couldn't enjoy the pleasure of fighting and couldn't test the depth of Fang Yan. One could imagine the grievance in his heart. He stared at Fang Yan angrily and said, "This is not over." Fang Yan laughed and said, "What do I have to do to stop?" "Let's fight again," Zhang Chen said. "Let's have a good fight. Hit my head, hit my flesh, hit my bones. Let me feel pain. A heart-wrenching pain. This is a fight." "That's not good, is it?" Fang Yan refused. Just now, Mr. Lin said that in the way of learning from each other, friendship comes first and competition comes second. You can't hurt people's vital parts or take their lives. If we fight fiercely here, won't we be a joke to the watching students? You and I are both teachers. We can't set a bad example for our students. Zhang Chen felt the pain in his chest increase. It was as if someone had stabbed a knife into the original foundation. Lin Ping'an knew Zhang Chen's character as a martial arts fanatic. It was unrealistic to expect him to give up just like that. He coughed and said, "I did say that friendship comes first and competition comes second, but I also hope that the two teachers can bring an exciting battle to everyone." Lin Ping'an looked at the surrounding Glory students and asked, "Are you guys satisfied?" "No." The students of Glorious Academy shouted in unison. Lin Ping'an smiled and said, "It's not just you guys who didn't get enough of it. Even I, this old man, didn't get enough of it. I didn't even see what was going on before the battle ended. What a pity." In the end, Lin Ping'an still sided with Zhang Chen. If Fang Yan defeated Zhang Chen and attempted to further injure Zhang Chen's body, he would definitely stand up and shout that friendship comes first and competition comes second. You can't hurt people's bodies or take their lives. However, right now, Zhang Chen still wanted to continue fighting. Lin Ping'an could only go against his will and speak up for Zhang Chen. Fang Yan looked at Lin Ping'an and asked, "Old Mr. Lin, do you mean for us to fight again?" "Fight again," Lin Ping'an said. "Give us a good fight." Fang Yan's eyes turned cold. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Then as you wish." The distance between Fang Yan and Zhang Chen was pulled apart again. Lin Ping'an stood between the two and asked, "Are you two ready?" "Ready." Fang Yan and Zhang Chen said at the same time. "Begin." Lin Ping'an's hand chopped down again. As soon as Lin Ping'an's voice fell, Fang Yan's body disappeared from where he stood. "Ah!" someone exclaimed. Because when their eyes scanned the figure of Fang Yan, he had already rushed in front of Zhang Chen and punched towards Zhang Chen's face. He rushed forward and punched in a straight line. It was exactly the same move that Zhang Chen had just used. The difference was that Fang Yan was faster and punched more fiercely. It was so fast that you couldn't catch his trace and so fast that you couldn't hear the whistling wind. Zhang Chen wanted to dodge but found that he couldn't. Just when he wanted to retreat, the fist was already in front of him. Bang! Fang Yan's fist hit Zhang Chen's face. With a crack sound, Zhang Chen's nose was broken. The nose was one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. A slight hit would cause blood to spurt out. Dark red blood sprayed out and splashed in the direction that Fang Yan was rushing from. Seeing that Fang Yan's face was about to be dyed with blood, he turned on one leg and avoided the scattered blood. He had already jumped into the arms of Zhang Chen. Fang Yan's hands turned into claws and grabbed Zhang Chen's camouflage sportswear. He pulled his body down and his right knee hit his stomach. If the punch to the bridge of the nose was still bearable, then the lethal force of the knee hitting the abdomen was too great. Even if Zhang Chen's resistance to blows was amazing, he still couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Ugh! Zhang Chen groaned and his body staggered backward. Dong dong! When he was about to take the third step out of danger, Fang Yan's body leaned forward slightly and grabbed his arm. Like a dragonfly touching the water. He pushed and pulled. He pushed forward to reduce the force and pulled back to control it. Then, Zhang Chen's body fell in the direction of Fang Yan again. So dirty. Fang Yan frowned when he saw his blood-stained face and clothes. With a kick, Zhang Chen's body flew into the air. Boom! Such a big piece of meat fell on the floor, making a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Falling from such a high place, his bones would probably fall apart, right? A fatal blow. Fang Yan used Zhang Chen's move to defeat him. Zhang Chen didn't have any ability to fight back. What did this mean? It meant that the two of them weren't from the same world. They weren't on the same level at all. Fang Yan could completely suppress him and beat him down. The whole place was quiet. No one talked, no one laughed, and no one answered Fang Yan's question. Even their breathing felt so heavy. Zhang Chen, Glory Martial Arts School's ace coach, Huaqing's 3-time MMA champion, and was still called Huaqing's MMA king. How could he be so weak in front of this man? Although it wasn't hot-blooded, it wasn't exciting, and there were no punches hitting flesh. However, everyone was shocked by what they saw. Shocked by his strength. Shocked by his unbelievable strength. They felt their hearts pounding as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Fang Yan scanned the whole place and said with a smile, "Sorry. I can't show you the scene of you punching me and I kicking you." Glory Martial Arts School's students finally came to their senses. Some of the students ran toward Zhang Chen, wanting to help him up and check on his injuries. More people surrounded Fang Yan, preparing to use their advantage in numbers to punish this arrogant and ruthless arrogant person. Wang Hui's expression was ferocious. He led the crowd forward and roared, "Stop him and avenge the coach." Fang Yan didn't hide or evade. He stood proudly without fear. He stood in place without moving, as if waiting for those students who had lost control of their emotions to rush over. Baldy was alone. Seeing that these students wanted to gang up on Fang Yan, he desperately squeezed forward and shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, I'm from the security department." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were also watching from the side. They didn't expect these students to dare to stand in a circle. By the time the two of them reacted, they were already squeezed to the back of the crowd. "Hero, they want to bully junior martial uncle," Fang Haohan said aloud. "They can't bully him," Fang Yingying said with a cold smile. As he spoke, his hands reached forward and grabbed a student's shoulder with each hand. With a forceful swing, their bodies fell to one corner. Fang Yingying didn't even look at them. He had already grabbed the back of the neck of the other two students. Lin Ping and was checking Zhang Chen's body. Seeing that these guys wanted to gang up on him, he immediately stopped them. "What are you doing? What do you want? Get back, get back. Disciplinary team, disciplinary team." The first student rushed toward Fang Yan. He punched Fang Yan's body. Fang Yan leaned his body slightly and grabbed his arm. The opponent's fist didn't stop. He stabbed the chest of a student on the opposite side. Another attacker slashed at Fang Yan's ribs with his saber. Fang Yan pulled his saber back, and the student spun on the spot. He became a sandbag in front of Fang Yan, and was beaten black and blue by countless people. The third attacker was sent flying by Fang Yan with a kick. The fourth attacker was knocked to the ground by Fang Yan's knee. Fang Yan moved. He actually took the initiative to walk toward the crowd and toward the entrance of hall number 1. "If I want to leave, who can stop me?" Fang Yan shouted arrogantly. He reached out his hand. While the student in front of him was still hesitating whether to hit his face or kick him, he slapped him down. At the same time, the two of them quickly changed positions. It turned out that Fang Yan was behind him and the student was in front of him. In an instant, he became the student in front of Fang Yan. He pushed the student behind him and used his body as a sandbag to block the 5 to 6 fists and more than 10 feet behind him. No matter how ferocious the punches were, no matter how sharp the kicks were, no matter how fierce the attacks were, they were all hitting the air in front of him. Fang Yan was besieged by countless people. However, these people couldn't touch his skin or even the corner of his clothes. He raised his foot and walked forward. He didn't turn left or right. He walked straight out, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Some students rushed over, but when they saw Fang Yan's smiling face, they quickly retreated. More students parted on both sides, allowing Fang Yan to walk past them effortlessly. Occasionally, someone wanted to sneak up on him but was kicked to the ground by Fang Yan. In the end, no one dared to stand up to challenge Fang Yan. They wanted to challenge this terrifying demon. Fang Yan stopped in his tracks. He stood on the stone road. He stood in the middle of the campus. He glanced at the glorious students in front and behind him and said loudly, "Are you not convinced? Do you feel like a wild chicken with weeds? I am stronger than you. I am stronger than you. Now, you can only do one thing. Raise your head and look up to the existence of people like me." Chapter 110. At that time, the red sun in the sky had just bloomed a warm light, and the bright red triangular plum blossoms had covered the gray mottled walls. Unknown birds were singing among the tall and straight sycamore trees. When they were combing their feathers, they accidentally shook off the dew on the leaves and sprinkled it on the faces and bodies of the students. It was cold, with the refreshing smell of the leaves. It was an intoxicating and breathtaking morning. The whole place was silent. No one spoke, and even their breathing slowed down. Everyone was staring at the man standing in the middle of the crowd, the man who was invincible when he fought against 100 people. He was delicate and handsome, and his face was repulsive. He was gentle and modest, and he was arrogant and arrogant. He was cruel and merciless, and he was compassionate. He had defeated the ace coach of Glory. He had said that Glory's students were useless. Everyone should hate him and ostracize him. However, from the bottom of their hearts, they had a strange impression of him. From the beginning until now, he had not seriously injured any of the students who had surrounded him. Even if he said it too bluntly and harshly, didn't this prove that he was a frank and sincere man? People who practiced martial arts most admired those who were stronger than them. Fang Yan had conquered them with his valiant strength and won their heartfelt respect. Except for Fang Yan, who else could be like him? Qinitian slightly raised her head, and under the direct light, her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. She looked at Fang Yan in the distance, and said with a light smile, "You see, this is the man I like." The smile on Tangqing's face instantly froze. He turned around and looked at Qinitian's delicate and flawless side profile, and said, "Don't always say such things, okay? I feel very sad when I hear it. Mr. Fang is indeed very powerful, and I am proud of him now. But, do you know that one sentence of yours can completely destroy other people's good mood?" Qinitian still looked at Fang Yan, and said without turning her head, "But, What should I do? I don't like to lie and pretend. Tangqing felt like he was about to cry. Surrounded by Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, and accompanied by Baldi, Fang Yan walked out of the crowd and walked toward the gate of Glory Martial Arts School. Baldi felt that he had never looked so good before. He thought that his bald head, which had only a few hairs left, must be shining so brightly that they could not open their eyes. He waved his hand at the Radiant Academy students who were following behind him and saluting him, saying, go back, there's no need to send me off. After thinking for a moment, he added, you little brats, if you dare to cause trouble at the entrance of Rosefinch Secondary again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. If I can't deal with you, I'll let teacher Fang Yan deal with you. The students of Glory Martial School chuckled, not taking Baldi's threat seriously at all. You still dare to laugh, see if I don't tear your mouths apart. Baldi shouted angrily, feeling that he had lost face. Can't you see that I'm wearing a big tiger skin? Why aren't you guys afraid at all? I'm really worried for you guys. Baldi. Fang Yan couldn't help but shout. According to Fang Yan's plan, after the speech just now, he should not speak anymore. What he needed to do was to hold his head high and his chest out. With a warm, modest, pure, an enigmatic smile on his face, he would walk through the crowd under the protection of his 2 bodyguards and walk out of the school gate. Of course, the image of these 2 bodyguards was really too bad. One was short and fat, and the other was tall and skinny. It would be best if they could be swapped. They were not worthy of the noble style that he had created with his beautiful artistic conception. Although red leaves needed green leaves to go with it, Fang Yan had every reason to believe that even if he was placed in the middle of a group of red leaves, he would still give off the feeling that he was outshining others. Yes, he was such an ordinary, yet not ordinary, simple, yet not concise man. If the appearance of Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan was barely acceptable, then Baldi following behind him and acting cute was really intolerable. Please, you're just losing hair, not blind. How can you say such things at this time? Thus, Fang Yan had no choice but to scold him. Hearing Fang Yan call out his name, Baldi became even more proud. He glanced at the glorious students proudly, with a look that said, don't you dare offend me, or I'll beat you up. He trotted to the front of Fang Yan and said, Mr. Fang, are you looking for me? Don't speak. Fang Yan said. Okay. Baldi nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, he asked again, why? Don't speak. Okay, I won't speak. But tell me why. Fang Yingying, beat him up. Fang Yan. A hoarse voice shouted loudly. Fang Yan suddenly turned around and saw Zhang Chen, who had been beaten to the ground by him, walking quickly towards him with the help of a few students. Fang Yan's eyelids drooped slightly. He didn't know why Zhang Chen still chased after him at this time. Could it be that he was still not convinced? Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other and stood in front of Fang Yan, one on the left and one on the right. Baldi was a beat slower, and he used his thin body to stand in front of hero and man. Fang Yan had the urge to kick them all away. Zhang Chen is already injured like this, why are you guys standing in front of me? Even if you want to steal the limelight, you don't have to be so blatant, right? Coach Zhang, are you okay? Coach, how are your injuries? Coach, wherever Zhang Chen went, the students would greet him respectfully. They didn't look down on him just because he lost the battle with Fang Yan. On the contrary, after witnessing Fang Yan's true strength, the students of Glory Martial Arts School respected and admired Zhang Chen even more. It should be known that not everyone could last so long in front of Fang Yan. If they asked themselves honestly, they wouldn't be able to do it. Zhang Chen ignored the concerned questions of the students and walked straight towards Fang Yan. His body was slightly bent, and it was obvious that his shoulder or spine was injured. His right leg was a little strained when he took a step. He probably sprained it or injured it. His face was covered in blood, his hair was messy, and his clothes were wrinkled and covered in dust. He looked miserable. However, his eyes were still bright and sharp. He stared at Fang Yan without blinking, as if he was afraid that if he blinked, Fang Yan would disappear. Dong! Zhang Chen finally stood in front of Fang Yan. He raised his head and looked at Fang Yan's eyes with a serious expression. Fang Yan didn't speak, and neither did Zhang Chen. The two of them looked at each other affectionately, as if they were lovers about to part. Being stared at by a man like that for a long time, Fang Yan really felt a little uncomfortable. He cupped his hands towards Zhang Chen and said, "Swords have no eyes, fists and feet are merciless. Sometimes on the martial arts field, even if you want to stop, you have no choice. If I hit too hard, please forgive me, Coach Zhang. I want to worship you as my teacher," Zhang Chen said. What? Fang Yan couldn't believe his ears. "I want to worship you as my teacher," Zhang Chen said again. His voice was louder than before, and his expression was more determined and persistent. "Please accept me as your disciple." The teachers and students of Glory Martial School were all stunned. Zhang Chen wanted to worship Fang Yan as his teacher. Zhang Chen was their coach, their teacher. If he worshipped Fang Yan as his teacher, then, what should they call Fang Yan? With such a close relationship, how would they fight in the future? Fang Yan looked at Zhang Chen's eyes and knew that this man wasn't lying. He really wanted to worship him as his teacher. Fang Yan refused and said, "Coach Zhang, don't joke around. How am I qualified to be your teacher? Coach Zhang has ample stamina and rich fighting experience. As long as he practices diligently, he will definitely have even more extraordinary achievements in the future. I'm not joking. I really want to worship you as my teacher, I definitely want to worship you as my teacher," Zhang Chen said with a heavy voice. Because his emotions were too agitated, the wound on his chest was pulled, and he even covered his mouth and coughed a few times. "Before today, before sparring with you, I also thought that I had extraordinary strength and rich fighting experience, and that there was almost no one in Huaqing who could match me. But, after sparring with Mr. Fang, I realized how laughable my thoughts were. There is always someone better than you out there. The old ancestor has never lied to us. I know how big the gap between us is, a gap higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. You have the qualifications to be my teacher, but I'm afraid that I don't have the qualifications to be your disciple." Zhang Chen bowed his head and bowed, almost using a pleading tone to say, "Mr. Fang, please accept me as your disciple." Fang Yan sighed softly and said, "Coach Zhang, I can't accept you as my disciple. I'm just a teacher, a language teacher. The martial arts I learned are to strengthen my body, and I've never thought of using it for anything else. I'm a low-key person, and I don't want my life to become overly complicated. So, let's maintain the status quo. You continue to be the coach of Brilliant Martial Arts School, and I'll continue to be my language teacher at Rosefinch Secondary. When we're free, let's meet up for a drink. It's that simple." Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "I have to go back. The next 2 periods are language classes." Zhang Chen tried his best to straighten his back, and said to the students who were supporting him on both sides, "Let go of me." "Coach, let go," Zhang Chen shouted. The students didn't dare to disobey, and could only let go of his arms. Thump! Zhang Chen knelt on the ground. Under the gazes and astonishment of hundreds of brilliant martial arts school teachers and students, he knelt on the stone pavement in the middle of the school grounds. "I beg you," Zhang Chen shouted at Fang Yan's back. Chapter 111. A man's knees were gold. Zhang Chen's kneeling really gave Fang Yan a headache. Accept it? That was not realistic. It was not like what was written in novels or movies. The reason was that Kung Fu was only passed on to males and not females. Although Fang Yan knew that there were indeed many sects that still adhered to such a rule. They would rather let their Kung Fu be lost than teach it to outsiders. However, Fang Tai Chi was open to the public. Whether it was Fang Yingying or Fang Haohan, they were not members of the Fang family. Mo Qingdi, who was originally trained by the Fang family to be their successor, was also not a member of the Fang family. He was just a language teacher. He could run away at any time. His own Tai Chi heart was stagnant. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan's jobs had not been settled. He had too many important things to do. How could he have time and energy to train disciples? Refuse? That was for sure. However, if it was not handled well, it might hurt this sincere and persistent man. This was also what Fang Yan did not want to see. He walked back again and stood in front of Zhang Chen. He said, "Coach Zhang, you are forcing me." Zhang Chen looked up at Fang Yan and said, "I know. In front of my students, in front of my colleagues, in the school where I have worked for 10 years, in front of a man who is about the same age as my students, I am also in a difficult position. I am also forcing myself. But, Teacher Fang, you can't understand what Kung Fu means to me. You don't know what he means to me. He is all I have. I live for it, because I still have a body of martial arts. I want to improve. I want to be strong. I want to be like Mr. Fang. I know that I only have brute force. I haven't found the skill to use it. Mr. Fang, please teach me. Mr. Fang, please teach me. What should I do?" Needless to say, Zhang Chen's comprehension was very high. After exchanging blows with Fang Yan, he had already discovered his shortcoming. In the past, he only used to hit people with force. Today, he discovered another realm from Fang Yan. Fang Yan didn't use much strength. When he hit people, it was easy and casual. In fact, he even borrowed the strength of the attacker. But, you didn't even get to touch the corner of his clothes before you were knocked down by him. This was the difference between the two of them. Of course, this was only what he could see with his naked eye. There were also many things that he couldn't see with his naked eyes. We often say that there are 3 realms in life. The first realm is to see mountains as mountains and water as water. The second realm was to not see mountains as mountains, and not see water as water. The third level was to see mountains as mountains and rivers as water as water. It was the same for martial arts. Zhang Chen was still in the first stage of seeing mountains as mountains and water as water, while Fang Yan was already in the second stage of seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. Therefore, there was an insurmountable barrier between the two of them. Fang Yan could clearly see through Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen couldn't see the depth of Fang Yan's strength. Fang Yan raised his eyebrows and said, "Coach Zhang, why make it so difficult for me to force you? To be honest, before we met today, we weren't very familiar. You don't understand me, and I don't understand you. Even when I walked into the gates of Glory Martial Arts School, I still had some prejudice against you. I thought it was because of what happened that night that you deliberately challenged me to take revenge. Of course, now that I've come into contact with Coach Zhang, I know that my thoughts were gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Coach Zhang's character and strength are both trustworthy. But, I don't think this is the reason why I should accept you as my disciple. You're anxious to improve, anxious to become stronger. I'm the same as you. I'm also anxious to improve. I also have stronger people to defeat. I'm very busy every day. So, you too. So, let's talk about becoming your disciple in the future." Seeing the disappointment and pain in Zhang Chen's eyes, Fang Yan couldn't bear it and said, "However, we can be friends. In the future, if you have any doubts or questions, you can ask and we can discuss them together. 2 people discussing is always better than 1 person thinking bitterly, right? Come, get up. Don't kneel." As Fang Yan spoke, he bent down to help Zhang Chen up from the ground. Kneeling in front of him in front of so many people, what was this? Fang Yan couldn't bear it. "No, I must become your disciple." Zhang Chen still insisted on kneeling on the ground, his expression firm and voice stubborn as he said, "I know, my actions today were too rash. I know your rules. Accepting a disciple doesn't just look at the disciple's comprehension, it's more important to look at the disciple's temperament. You still don't understand me, so not accepting me is a matter of course. I will persist, I will definitely wait until you are willing to accept me as your disciple. Fang Yan looked deeply at Zhang Chen, patted his shoulder hard and said, find some alcohol to rub your wounds. Don't do any extreme exercises these few days. After saying that, Fang Yan turned and left. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, the two dutiful bodyguards, immediately followed. Baldy wanted to say a few more harsh words, but he didn't know what else to say after holding it in for a long time. He waved his hand and left behind Fang Yan in a very stylish manner. Fang Yan. At the entrance of Brilliant Martial Arts School, a clear girl's voice came from behind. Fang Yan turned around and saw Qi Nitian in Rosefinch uniform running towards him. Tangxing was a competent follower, following closely behind Qi Nitian. Why are you two here? Fang Yan asked doubtfully. Qi Nitian looked up and smiled lightly, saying, if you say you only saw me now, I will pretend to be deceived by you. Okay. Fang Yan knew that his lie was seen through by Qi Nitian. He had indeed seen Qi Nitian and Tangxing standing outside the crowd a long time ago. In a strange place like Brilliant Martial Arts School, where there were many boys and almost zero girls, it was hard not to notice a stunning girl like Qi Nitian. Fang Yan smiled awkwardly and said, what's the matter? Nothing, Qi Nitian said. I ran over to ask you a question. What question? Fang Yan, I like you more and more, what should I do? Fang Yan blushed and pretended to be angry. What are you talking about? Hurry back to class. He looked at Tangxing and said, Tangxing, you have to supervise Qi Nitian to class. You are not allowed to skip class, or else I will deduct your conduct points. After saying that, Fang Yan turned around and left. His footsteps were swift and fast. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then quickly chased in the direction that Fang Yan left. Junior Martial Uncle, who is this little girl? Why is she so bold and fierce? Fang Yingying followed behind Fang Yan and asked. I feel that she is very dangerous. Fang Haohan heard that the woman was in danger and said, I will go take care of her. Fang Yingying stopped Fang Haohan who wanted to go back and beat the girl, and said, I mean, Junior Martial Uncle is very dangerous. Don't worry, no one is safer than you. Even I am 100 times more dangerous than you. Fang Haohan thought carefully but still couldn't figure out why he was so safe. Junior Martial Uncle and Fang Yingying's kung fu were better than his. It shouldn't be. She is prettier than Miss Yi, Fang Yingying praised. After a pause, he thought of Miss Ye's ferocious look when she beat people, so he quickly changed his words and said, she is as beautiful as Miss Yi, I don't think she is very beautiful. Baldy was very proud but deliberately showed a trace of disdain, and said, she is just Qi Nitian. She walks in front of me every day. Baldy was the school's security guard, and his duty was to protect the safety of the students at the school gate. Of course, he occasionally cooperated with the school to check if the students were wearing their student IDs. Qi Nitian indeed walked in front of Baldy every day after class. Xiaxia Mountain. It was the highest mountain in the Lingnan area and also a famous tourist attraction in Huacheng. Because the 9th class performed well when they received the Wu Ren investigation group, the school specially allocated a sum of money for the 9th class's travel expenses as a reward. After a discussion with the students, Fang Yan chose Xiaxia Mountain, which was near Huacheng. They would leave on Saturday and go back on Sunday afternoon. They would spend a night on the mountain. Every student looked forward to watching the sunrise from the top of the mountain. However, in order to persuade the school to agree to their plan, Fang Yan tried his best to persuade Lu Chaoge. The luxurious bus spun and spun on the rugged mountain road. Fang Yan stood beside the driver with his back facing the mountain rocks and grass in front of him. He looked at the bus full of Class 9 students and said, Students, come, let's sing a song. What song? The lively Suing was the first to ask. Fang Yan thought about it and felt that he was not good at this kind of thing. He said, "Who is the member of the sports committee?" "That's me." Su Ying's cheerful voice sounded again in the bus. Fang Yan looked at Suing and said, "Then, Suing, you take the lead and sing a song." Everyone sing along. Since it's a trip, how can there be no singing? Then let's sing, A Love Letter by Teresa Teng. I like this song very much. Suing looked at Fang Yan and said, "A love letter of yours makes my face blush and my heart skip a beat. Ready, go. A love letter of yours makes my face blush and my heart skip a beat. Your frankness and passion make me not know what to do. Your tender and sweet feelings are like the rhythm of nature lingering in my ears. Your love makes me think about you day and night." The students' cheerful and melodious voices came from the bus. However, when Fang Yan heard this song, he felt restless. He looked at Suing, who was singing passionately, and thought to himself, could she be the one who stuffed a paper crane love letter into my lesson plan? Chapter 112. The stream flowed gently and the waterfall flowed violently. The colorful mountain scenery made people feel like they were in a fairyland painting. In the 10th month of the human world, fiery red maple leaves covered the mountains and plains like sunset. This was the origin of the name Sunset Sacrifice Mountain. Beside a small stream in the depths of the mountain forest, two young and cute girls were sitting on a small stool, concentrating on drawing on a drawing board. They had obviously been here for a long time. The meticulous painting on the drawing board had already entered the stage of rendering. The so-called rendering was used to express the brightness and darkness of the painting on the draft. Using two relatively large big cloud brushes, one would be dipped in ink while the other would be dipped in water. Before the ink dried, they would use water to release the ink, creating a natural transition. Rendering was the foundation of a painting's success. If the ink was too thick, it would be too dark. If the ink was too shallow, it would appear blank. Therefore, the two girls didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. After finishing the last stroke, Yuan Lin threw the brush in her hand into the toolbox and seriously looked at the work on the drawing board. She said with a smile, "It seems that there's a piece that hasn't been released. It seems that the control of the fire isn't good enough. I can only paint this piece as a stone when I'm dyeing it. However, in this way, my Sunset Sacrifice autumn charm can only be called Sunset Sacrifice scenery." What a failure. The girl was wearing white casual pants, red casual shoes, and a white t-shirt with a cartoon pattern printed on it. She had a small cherry mouth and a straight nose. Her skin was delicate and white, and her facial features were so exquisite that there were almost no flaws. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders, making her look obedient and cute. Not hearing a reply from her companion, Yuan Lin turned to look at Jiang Qin, who was not far behind her, and shouted, Dear, what are you doing? Can you hear me?" Jiang Qin raised his head and glanced at Yuan Lin, then quickly shifted his gaze back to the drawing board in front of him. He said, "Wait. I haven't finished rendering yet." Her long hair was tied into countless small braids, revealing a clean and cute forehead. Some people said that those who dared to reveal their smooth forehead were either handsome or beautiful. This saying might not be suitable for everyone. After all, Sister Feng also had such a hairstyle. But it was fully fulfilled on this girl. The sky blue skinny jeans were stained with a lot of paint, and the colorful canvas shoes looked a little old, but it gave off an artistic feeling. She wore a white singlet, revealing a large portion of her snow-white neck and sexy collarbone. It was covered with a plaid striped shirt. Only the bottom two buttons of the shirt were fastened, making it look casual and fashionable. She was also a beautiful girl. At first glance, she looked somewhat similar to Yuan Lin. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the two of them were clearly different. Yuan Lin looked obedient and docile, but her personality was lively and quick-witted, while Jiang Qin's dressing style was like a ghost horse, but it gave people a lazy and gentle feeling. Their looks and personalities contradicted each other, yet they were a perfect match. Perhaps, this is what we often say, when a person lacks something, he will chase after it. Your painting skills are better than mine. Teacher also said that you are more talented than me. Usually, you finish painting before me. Why are you slower than me today? A smile appeared on the corner of Yuan Lin's mouth. She suddenly ran toward Jiang Qin and said, "What are you painting? Let me see." Clatter, Jiang Qin immediately put down the brush and quickly took out a piece of white paper from under the drawing board to cover the painting he was just developing. Yuan Lin could only see a vague shadow, so she couldn't determine what Jiang Qin was painting. She pouted and said, "Jiang Qin, you are not loyal. I have shown you my painting. Why don't you show me yours? Didn't you say you want to paint maple falling full stream?" Not far from them, there was a small stream. The water was clear, and there were countless withered maple leaves falling from it. Jiang Qin liked it at first sight, so he wanted to paint this scene. He also gave it a name, Maple Falling Full Stream. "Yuan Lin, you are so annoying," Jiang Qin said with a red face. "How am I annoying? I just want to see your painting. If you want to see mine, please feel free. I'm not going to be secretive like some people are." "Humph, you have a guilty conscience," Yuan Lin said with disdain. She suddenly seemed to understand something. She looked at Jiang Qin with a strange look and said, "Jiang Qin, you are not painting that, are you?" Jiang Qin's cheeks became redder. He pretended to be righteous and said rudely, "How am I feeling guilty? What do I have to feel guilty about? My maple falling full stream is not finished yet. Of course, I can't show it to you. I want to show my work in the most perfect way. It is still gray now. Why must I show it to you?" "No." Yuan Lin stared at Jiang Qin with sparkling eyes and said, "That's not the reason. There must be another reason." "No. There is. If I say there isn't, then there isn't. If I say there is, then there is. Think what you want. If you want to prove yourself, then show me your painting." "I won't. Why should I prove it to you? You have a guilty conscience. You are a thief. You are a ghost. Annoying ghost." Amidst the red leaves and green grass, the two girls quarreled with each other. Their coquettish and somewhat embarrassed appearance, and their clear and melodious voice, like the tinkling sound of a clear spring behind them, made people feel relaxed and happy, and made people want to draw them into a painting. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin lay side by side on the maple leaves in the grass, looking at the fiery red maple tree above their heads in a daze. After a long time, Yuan Lin asked, "Are you still thinking about him?" "Thinking?" Jiang Qin sighed softly. "Rather than thinking, it is better to say that I miss him." "Then I still miss him," Yuan Lin said. "For women like us, if we sigh for a man, it means that we have him in our hearts. You can't lie to me, because you can't lie to yourself. At our age, saying that love is too extravagant. It is just a beautiful memory in life. In the future, we will experience countless such fragments, and when these pictures are pieced together, it will be our lifetime of love. It is just that my time with him is too short. It is so short that I don't know what to recall even if I try my best. A gentle look, a touching word of love, or even just an ordinary brush of the shoulder, can be the content of memories. Is he really that good? Not good at all. Then why can't you forget him? The best way to forget a relationship is to start a new one. You also know that more than half of the guys on the school hunk list like you. Are you really not willing to give them a chance? They are too childish." Jiang Qin said. "That is true." Yuan Lin nodded. "They only know how to send flowers, snacks, and write love poems. Their thinking is not mature at all. A man should wield his sword and kill in all directions. A concubine plays the zither, drifts with her husband, and laughs with him 3,000 times. Why don't they understand? A man must first wield his sword and kill in all directions to win a beauty who is willing to play the zither and laugh with him. In the future, they will understand, right? Without the precipitation of life experience and the struggle in society, how can they have such a deep and painful understanding? Sigh. Yuan Lin sighed deeply. Sigh. Jiang Qin also sighed deeply. The two women were feeling sentimental about their love that had ended before they even started and their sad and helpless fate when a man's sudden shout woke them up. Jocko, here, oh, someone is drawing here. The man spoke in English, so he should be a foreign tourist. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin hurriedly sat up from the grass and saw a tall man with brown hair and blue eyes preparing to look at their drawing. They hurriedly stopped him. What do you want to do? Stop. Thinking that this American might not understand Huaxia language, Yuan Lin said it again in English, please do not look at other people's things without permission. This is very immoral behavior. There were 3 Americans, 2 Caucasians, and 1 black. They all had the typical tall figure of Westerners, and they were also very good-looking. They carried a huge bag on their backs and had professional Hasselblad cameras around their necks. Seeing 2 excessively beautiful girls jump out of the grass, like 2 fairies falling from the sky, the 3 Americans were pleasantly surprised. Oh, sorry. The dark-skinned Jocko took the initiative to apologize to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin. It's my friend who is too rude. We should be considered as half of the same profession. When I saw someone drawing, I couldn't help but want to look. He turned out to be speaking Huaxia language. Although he was not very fluent, there was no problem in communicating. He pointed to the camera hanging around his neck and said, "We are photographers. The photographers of National Geographic magazine. You write the beautiful picture in front of you on paper, and we record the beautiful picture with the camera. We are all artists. Aren't we?" Hearing that the man claimed to be a photographer of National Geographic magazine, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were a little relieved. National Geographic was a very famous travel magazine in the world, and both of them were die-hard fans of National Geographic. After so many years of reading the magazine, now seeing their staff, they felt a sense of surprise and familiarity. Seeing the 2 girls let down their guard, the smile on Jocko's face became more charming. He took the initiative to reach out to Yuan Lin and said, "Hello, I'm Jocko. This is my companion, Mason. Oh, the one who shook hands with your friend is Bolton." After the introduction, Jocko looked around professionally and said to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, "2 beautiful ladies, I have a very important thing to ask of you. Please promise me." "What is it?" "Can you be our models?" Jocko said sincerely, "You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.